Dip 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 doo doo. 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 Get some lo-fi on here. There we go. The lo-fi going. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. She sells seashells by the seashore. Itty bitty baby, itty bitty boat. All right, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Whichever part of the world you're currently kicking it in. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're in the brain domain. Let me scoot this over. There we go. Hello, welcome back. November the 12th, 2012. How's it going? How you doing? Let me hear you make some noise. Everybody say, hey. Let me hear you say, hey. Generic name Go, thank you for subscribing for those 15 months. Okay. Thank you for subscribing for 2 months. Hey, how's it going? It's a season of constant rain. I bet depression just hits differently in some parts of the world where you just get rain for months at a time. Like in the UK, they're just like, keep calm and carry on. We can take it. It's only wet and grey 6 months out of the year. It's not that big of a deal. I was having a great day and then got in a massive fight with my husband 10 minutes ago. But you know what? You can still have a great day. I saw these posted in the Discord. And I went to Walmart the other day and I had to get them. I saw these when I was at Walmart. I was like, oh my god, I gotta get these. Check these out. It's Shaquille O'Neal's head. Extra large gummies. In 3 flavors. They're huge. They're extra large gummies. I can feel one in here. They're big. How hard is it to do your own dishes when your wife is asleep? Maybe he didn't want to wake you up by doing dishes while you're sleeping. Is he a noisy dishwasher? How are we feeling today? The love is in the air today. Can you feel it? Losing my mind, man. LOL. Are you trying to find it again? What's the plan? The kitchen is downstairs and far away. He's a 45-year-old man and cannot do his own dishes or laundry or cook his own food. Does he try to tell you that he doesn't know how to do those things? We don't stand for weaponized incompetence in my house. We don't take, I don't know how to do that, as an answer. Real men know that there is strength in learning how to do something new. And to just say that you don't know how to do something, there is zen to be found in the art of cooking, in the art of cleaning, in the art of maintaining. There is a certain peace and balance to be found in those things. To unmake your own mess. To generate your own sustenance. I just don't want to do it. Then you'll never find enlightenment. An enlightened man knows how to care for himself. Welcomes the help of others, but does not insist upon it. You know why I do the dishes? Because I don't like a sink full of dishes. And if I don't like a sink full of dishes, I should do something about it. I try to keep my house in an order where it would be okay. I would feel comfortable if I were to have company over. Whether or not you're actually going to have company over, it's nice to keep your house at a level where you could comfortably invite somebody over. I feel like that's a good measure of how clean you should be motivated to keep things in your house. Like, I wouldn't want to invite my friends over and my sink's just full of dirty dishes. If you like having clean dishes, you need to learn how to like washing dishes. If you love having food, you gotta love learning how to cook. That to me is what it means to be a masculine man. When you're a cowboy out there on the range and you got nobody to rely on but yourself and your trusty steed, you gotta make your own way in the world. You gotta cook your own meals. Gotta wash your own cup. If you like having clean dishes, you need to like washing the dishes. That's a fair way to live your life. Like, especially if you're married, like, was being your lifelong dishwasher in the vows? Was being your lifelong cook in the vows? Is this what we signed on for? Probably not. It probably wasn't included in those wedding vows. Teamwork. It brings you closer together. Take this as an opportunity to grow closer. This doesn't need to be something that drives you apart. It's dishes, for God's sake. Honestly, that is a bit of a blessing in and of itself to just be arguing over the dishes. You know, there are so many worse things to be arguing about. But this is something that's an easy fix. I want to see how sticky he lets his towel get before he washes it himself. What I would do is I would ask him, I would say, are you going to wash that towel, or do you need me to wash it for you? There's a certain sense of pride and self-esteem to be found in having a tidy space. You know, we all make messes, alright? I get it. We all make messes. Being a human's messy. I get it. But cleaning up after yourself is also something that's really important to do. You know, keeping yourself in a way that you can be proud of. You know, that way you're not trying to live and trying to forget the mess. The home we live in, the state that we keep it in, is a reflection of our mental state. If we live in a mess, our mind is a mess. If we want to clean this up, we gotta clean this up. I love my husband very much. He just missed out on developing some life skills. I guess it is unfair to ask him to start doing all those things suddenly. But you know what? I think it's something that he could learn quickly. I don't think it's something that would take months of study. I think maybe just a couple days practice. Like, I understand that you might not want to do it, but what makes you think that your partner wants to do it? They don't want to do it either, but they are doing it. That should motivate you to be more willing to do it. We don't want to treat our partner like they're our parent, you know? We don't need them cleaning up after us. We're big now. We can clean up our own messes. Junham, thank you for the subscribing. I don't know if the mess even bothers him anymore until he just trips over it. Alright, cutie cheeks, here's an idea. I need you to go talk to ChatGPT and I need you to describe the situation and be like, how can I talk to him about this? And then have ChatGPT write you a script. Because let's be honest, this is annoying. This is annoying. Is he... You want to make sure he's not quiet quitting on you. Like, we're adults, okay? Adults, we have to do what we need to do. We need to be able to take care of ourselves. We shouldn't rely on somebody else to take care of us if we are still physically capable of taking care of ourselves. I just don't find reasonable excuses for that. Fuck ChatGPT. Would you? Would you? Would you give the AI a big juicy kiss? You guys, I think he feels guilty. Don't rub it in, okay? Here's the thing. He feels guilty. Don't rub it in. Find this to be a moment to empower him. Be like, see, you know, I'm not asking that much of you. It's not that hard. And it just means the world to me that you do this. So, you know, just gas him up a little bit. That's what the man needs. I understand men's brains. And that's what he needs right now. Don't kick him while he's down, because he's going to be down there beating himself up. So go down there and just lift him up a little bit. Give him a pat on the head. I've had 3 meetings already this morning and can't get anything done. You just did 3 things. You did 3 whole ass meetings. What do you mean you can't get anything done? We'll just say thanks. Hopefully I can figure out a washer. It's very old. Ask him if he needs you to show him how to do it. Sometimes we learn by watching other people do the thing. Although, I mean, a washing machine isn't that hard. I don't know about you, but I learned how to use a washing machine when I was a child. He's back and he did it, and you know what? We're proud of you. We're proud of you. See, it's these small, meaningful gestures such as this that will really take your relationship to the next level. You know, just seeing the other person is struggling and feeling overwhelmed and saying, you know what? I got you. You know how I brainwashed myself into learning how to like the dishes? You sure did. I guess all I have to do is yell and cry. Okay, well let's take this moment. If you're there with him now, just ask him, what's a better way that I could communicate this to you? You know, when I'm struggling and I'm feeling overwhelmed and I need a little bit of help, how can I communicate that to you? Without being, you know, having to be so driven by frustration. You know, what's a healthier way that I can communicate that to you? For both our benefit, because we're partners. This should benefit both of us. Should benefit our relationship. Because he probably didn't want it to get to the point where he had to yell and cry. In the words of my relationship counselor, it will never be perfectly equal, so don't chase that. Right? Like, what I see is, like, the balance tips. Like, sometimes one partner will need to lean more on the other one. You know, like, maybe they're struggling, maybe there's, you know, life stressors affecting them, their family, their work, their friends, whatever. Sometimes it tilts back the other way. You know, but it's all about trying to find that balance. Supporting the other when they need you to. But you want to be with a partner that you can support, that is accepting and welcoming of the support that you can provide. and vice versa. But also be open to learning new ways to support your partner. I don't think anybody would look at me in a straight face and say, nah, I'm good. I don't need to be a better partner. I don't want to be a better partner. I'm perfect. Because I don't think anybody's perfect. I think I'm just getting frustrated because I really need to lean on him right now, but I feel like I can't. Then tell him exactly that in the way that I just read it. You know, you're just telling him how you feel. You're not mad at him about it. You're not mad at him. You're frustrated at the situation. And it's not him versus you. It's him and you versus the situation. You know, the situation, that guy from Jersey Shore, that guy. It's you two versus him. All right, we're going into the question box. By the way, we surpassed 3,800 questions. Can you believe it? Why is nobody talking about how superior orange cats are? All other cats are so ugly and boring. Orange cats are the smartest and funniest. I mean, it's true. Not talking is how you quit on your mate, right? It's like, remember when we talked about quiet quitting? When we just go through the motions, we just stop showing up. It's not just something that we do at work, it's something that we do in our life. We do it to ourselves, we do it to our friends, we do it to our partners. Don't fall into the mindset of, if things get so bad, they will leave, that way I don't have to leave them. That's just not a healthy way to, like, develop a relationship. Like, I'm just gonna try to outlast them. Like, I'm just gonna wait until things get so bad that they decide to leave, and so I don't have to be the one that does the leaving. You see it happen to people. You see it happen to people who are also, like, married for decades. Sometimes you see this in older people, and you see older people getting divorced, and they're like 80 years old. They'd be like, for 40 years, this man has refused to listen to me. Like, can you imagine? Stressful. It's a long time to be dealing with somebody just not validating your emotions or taking you seriously. Let's take a look at this article real quick, because I know that divorce rates amongst older people are actually up. More couples are divorcing after age 50 than ever before. In 1990, around 9% of all divorces occurred amongst adults 50 and older. By 2019, so 30 years later, that percentage had grown to 36%. 36%, and I wonder, it's probably around the same. I would say it might have gone up a little bit since then. I'm not sure. This is 2019 data. So I feel like as people become more emotionally aware, they're coming to realize that the person that they've been with for a really long time might not have been what they really needed to self-actualize. And so you're seeing a lot more older people realizing, you know what, I want somebody who listens to me. I want somebody who takes my emotions seriously. I want somebody who validates me. And you see this a lot in older people because in the older generations, there was a lot more societal pressure to like get married. It was seen as like a cultural benchmark for a person. Like, you get married, okay, congratulations, you've succeeded as a human being because you found a partner and now you can make babies and you can, live the American dream. It was very culturally driven for a long time. And so I feel like a lot of people got married because they just felt like this is what I'm supposed to do. And a lot of people found themselves in unhappy marriages, and then they kept them going for decades. Women in 50 and older experience a 45% decline in their standard of living. For men, it's 21%. Older women are becoming less and less willing to put up with their boomer husbands. This is what the data is telling me. My parents hate each other and have been married since the 60s. Do you feel that motivates you to not be in that kind of relationship? I feel like you and your husband love each other, and you should practice ways to celebrate that love. It doesn't need to be frustration and arguments to accomplish a goal. I feel like we both can learn something about each other and learn something about ourselves by engaging in healthy communication about our goals in this relationship. Some of the reasons for increase in over 50 divorces include more men and women expect marriage to be a partnership of equals. Women are more likely to have careers and related economic autonomy, and lowered stigma about divorce reduces social pressure. That's why communication is important to me. There was none in my house growing up, just yelling and violence. And those are not ways to communicate. Communication is done like this. No need to yell. We can talk about serious topics in a serious way. You don't have to let anger take the driver's seat. That just makes things ineffective. What's kind of disturbing is we see a lot of younger men trying to push back against these changes, these societal changes that have led to like people wanting to be partners in relationships. Which, the idea of anything other than that is just baffling to me. Like, I don't want to own my partner. That's fucking psychotic. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is a person. This isn't property. I'm not, what? But you're seeing people who are, like, trying to reinstitute this way of viewing marriage. And this should bother you. If this doesn't bother you, think about why that is. Why do you feel the need to own your partner? It makes me feel guilty when I even raise my voice or get mad because I don't want to be like them. Well, you're learning something in those moments. You're learning that this isn't what you want, and we don't need to necessarily feel guilt about that. We can just say, okay, lesson learned. Let's carry on. By the way, gang, we've got a presentation today. Here's a sneak peek. This is your sneak peek in the... We're going to talk about emotional contagion. This will be fun. This is a fun one. We're going to talk about how feelings can spread. Anyway. Anywho. Hello. Wondering what your professional background is. Alright, I'll give you the quick summary. After I graduated with my undergraduate in psychology, I worked as an in-home, like it was a residential facility for boys. It was like a boys' home, and they had like a day treatment school, and they had a residential side, and I worked as like a entry-level like caregiver type, like I was basically just there to like monitor them and make sure they didn't get into fights and stuff. So that was my first job, and then I would also work in the school as like a TA. But after that, I worked as an intensive in-home service worker, and I would work with families. I worked with families who were at risk of having their kids taken away from them by the state, and I would intervene. I would try to teach them parenting skills and help them, you know, like if they needed to clean their house, if they needed to like connect to resources, you know, that was stuff that I did. And then after that, I became a caseworker for severe and persistent mental illness patients. So these were people who would be receiving case management through a community mental health care center. And I did that for a few years. And then I became a substance abuse counselor. And while I was a case manager and doing that other job before it, I started graduate school. And I completed graduate school, and I got a promotion, and I became a substance abuse counselor. And I did groups, I did individual counseling, I did home visits. After that, you know, I got kind of burnt out, and so I switched it up a bit and did homeless outreach. I did homeless outreach, and I worked with homeless people to try to get them rehoused. That was one of the most stressful jobs I've ever had. That job was intense. So I did that for a little while, and I did some more like regular case management type work, and then COVID hit and I got laid off, and I started streaming. Because a lot of caseworkers got laid off during COVID. Because you couldn't see people in person, and if you can't see people in person, then you can't bill Medicaid. So the funding got drastically cut at a lot of community mental health care centers because they just weren't able to bill for the services that they needed to fund themselves. Oh, and I graduated with my master's degree in counseling psychology. I also got straight A's. Not that it matters, but it sounds cool to say. So that's my professional background. I've seen a lot. I've seen just about all there is to see. The only thing I haven't done is work at like an adult residential facility or like a crisis center. I never did adult residential. I did residential for youth. Which, I mean, that was a fun job. Like, for the most part, the kids, like they all had their behavioral challenges, but for the most part, like, working with the kids was fun. You know, just, like, throw footballs around. You know, sometimes we'd get to play PlayStation. You know, just make sure that they, like, get to the cafeteria to eat and just supervise them, make sure they don't get in fights. Because that was the big thing. They were always just getting in fights with each other. That was a fun job, though. Also, the overnight shifts where you basically just had to sit there and, like, stay awake. And so I would just, like, read books. And you worked from, like, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. been to both. Adult residential was awful. The crisis center was a better and more helpful place. They treated me like a human. See, crisis centers are a relatively new concept. You'd like 20 years ago, you wouldn't have seen something like a crisis center. It would be like you just go into residential, like you go into inpatient. Like they put you on a 72-hour hold or something. But one of the things that they invented in order to decrease the number of like inpatient hospitalizations was they developed what they call crisis centers, and like you stay there for like 24 hours max. And they basically just stabilize you. And there's a lot more room for like empathy and compassion, and it's a much more relaxing environment than being in an inpatient facility, because inpatient facilities can be very stressful. A lot of people go to an inpatient facility and then they get there and then they realize when they're in there, like, oh, I'm actually doing better than I thought I was. Because a lot of people end up in these residential facilities and then they see like, oh, this is what really severe mental illness looks like. I've heard that story more times than I can tell you, where somebody was like, yeah, I was feeling depressed and, you know, I was just in a really bad place. And so I went to the hospital and they put me in a 72-hour hold. And when I was in there, I was just like, oh, this is intense. I do 24/7 in-home IDD care, one client. It's very chill. Nice. I knew a couple people like that whenever I did case management. Those people are always super chill. Like I had one client that I was a caseworker for, but he also had a care worker like that. And so I would come and pick him up and we'd go and like do activities and stuff. Anyway, if you want to know any more things about me, ask away. But when I was like a case manager and a counselor and stuff, like I was typically assigned the more they would give me challenging clients, like people who like weren't really connecting with other people. They'd be like, let's give them to Josh and see how that works. I think IDDD stands for it's like individual with developmental disabilities. Or intellectual development. Yeah, that's the one. There's so many different abbreviations in the mental health field. It's hard to keep them all straight. There's IDD, and then there used to be IDDT, but then it got renamed to ITCD. It's very confusing. Who would win, Dr. Wiley versus Dr. Robotnik? I'm gonna give it to Dr. Wiley from Mega Man. I think he takes it. I don't know, I could be wrong about that. I don't know my Sonic lore. I'm just going off of gut instinct. I'm just going with my gut on that one. Hey Papa, I hope you're hanging in there. You know? I'm always hanging in there. Always hanging in there. I'm trying to myself. Trying to hang in there is hanging in there. You're still trying. You're still in it. You haven't given up yet. It's been a bit since I've written in the box, so bear with me. It sounds dangerously close to an apology. As I'm writing this, I'm on my 4th, almost 5th day of not smoking weed, which I haven't been able to do since getting my wisdom teeth out over a year ago. It's been hard, but I'm working through it. Recently, I've been reaching out to and hanging out with old friends and even applying to more jobs. I really hope to start driving again to build the confidence to get myself to and from whatever job I get, which has been hindered by my anxiety of never feeling quite sober from daily smoking for 8 years. Even though I'm doing better, I have been bothered by something as of late. I want to take a moment and I want to offer you a little bit of reframing here. Break this idea into 2 different ideas. That way you're not taking away from your success, you're not taking away from the fact that you're doing better. You can divide this into 2 separate and distinct beliefs. First off, I'm doing better. Period. Also, I have been bothered by something as of late. Another separate and distinct belief. You don't need to entangle the 2. Because what this does is this takes away from your accomplishment. Like, even though I'm doing better, this thing is happening. Separate the 2. I am doing better. Also, this thing is happening. It's an important distinction to make. I know I shouldn't necessarily rely on friends I make over the internet, but I have made some amazing connections that make me feel like I'm not alone, and I frequently think about how they're doing on a day-to-day basis. That's good. That's friendship. Recently, I've been really excited to see my online friends and communities, but I'll join chat and say hello and no one really says hi back anymore. I always try to be a positive influence and spread as much happiness as I can, but I understand I shouldn't always expect the same in return. Alright, quick, everybody say hello. Let's say hello, now say it back. You should find joy in the fact that you are the type of person to initiate. You are the type of person to reach out. You are the type of person to say, hello. That's a good thing. That other people don't say it back says nothing of you. It doesn't mean that you're not a person worthy of being told hello. It just means that they don't have it in them to say it back. You know, I remember when I was a kid, and I was the type of kid to say hello to everybody. And I remember the first time that I said hello to somebody and they didn't say hello back, and I was so confused by it. I'm like, what? That can happen? I was in a parking lot. I was probably 4 or 5. And I was just like, hold on. What? I said hello to that guy and he didn't say it back to me. And I found it, I was bothered by this. And I asked my parents about it and they're like, yeah, not everybody has to say hi back to you. And I was like, what? And I was just so confused. I was like, what is this world? What is this world that I've been birthed into? What is this world I am growing up in? guess I feel discouraged when I say hi in chat, get no response, and then someone saying hi a few seconds later gets a bunch of hellos. Have you considered that these hellos might be mutual? Or are they specifically designated towards only that person and not you? Because if you're saying hello and then somebody else is saying hello and then everybody starts saying hello, could they also be saying hello to you? Or are they explicitly saying, no, not you? Hello to them, but not you. Because if it's the second part, then that's... like, if they're intentionally saying hello to somebody else and not saying it to you, then okay, maybe they suck. But is that the case? Could they also just be saying hello? I would try not to attribute to malice that which might be able to be explained by ignorance. I haven't been around long enough to encounter the person in question, but I would probably feel like no one wants to hear from me, even it is to say hi to them. Then why would they keep you in the group chat? Why wouldn't they remove you from the group chat? They want you in the group chat. We don't need to embellish our insecurities. We need to challenge our insecurities. I wouldn't be here if I weren't their friend. You could also start a new group of people who say hello back. Also, just be mindful of, like, how long are you giving them to say hello back? Is it like I say hello and then no one says hello for 8 hours? And then someone says hello, says hello and everybody else responds within seconds? Or is this just a span of minutes? If it's just a span of minutes, I wouldn't equate it to being like in a real life situation. Like, say you walk into a room and all your friends are in there. And you say hello, and then there's like a little bit of a delay as other people say hello back. But you gotta remember that we can't equate that situation to like a text conversation, because sometimes people have a delayed response when over text. Sometimes I don't respond to messages for days. But like, oh, you texted me on Tuesday, I'm just now getting back to you on Sunday. Like, whoops. To be completely honest, I forgot about it. I was going to respond to you earlier, but something else happened, and then something else happened, and then something else happened, and now it's several days later. I'm working on not expecting things from others just because I do it myself, but I do feel a bit discouraged. It makes me just want to lurk the whole time or crawl into this depressive hole of, well, no one cares. Leftward Ho said, also when you walk into a casual room and we all know, like with everyone we all know, it's casual, having no response doesn't have to mean anything bad, right? It's like, imagine you walk into a group of friends, you walk into a room and there's all your friends in there and you say, hi, and like not everybody says like, they stop doing what they're doing and they're like, they all turn to you and they're all like, hello, at the same time, like in unison. Like, no, like maybe they're having side conversations. And then they're just like, oh, they're here. Like, okay, cool. Like, I'll catch up with them here in a minute. I would just say it helps in life to not like find things to beat yourself up for. You know, like when you notice that like these are insecurities directing my actions, we need to start challenging that. We need to start challenging these insecurities and give ourselves alternative ways to view the situation. Because I can guarantee that other people like you more than you think that they do. I know not spoken could be making me feel a bit more sensitive along with it being that time of month next week, but I guess I just miss my friends and getting a warm welcome that makes me feel good. Have you tried saying to them, "Hey friends, I'm just feeling a bit down right now. I hope you're all doing well, but it would be nice to hear from you to lift my spirits. XOXO, Gossip Girl." It is legal to tell your friends how you feel, despite what you may believe. You won't be apprehended for this. This actually is legal. I know, I just had to look it up. But you can tell your friends how you feel. And you can tell them, I'm in hard times right now. I need you. Amitabus is back. Hey, Amitabus, guess what? I got your... Can you see? You're not really. They did it again. They did it again. They hooked me up with the gummies. They did it again. Thanks again for sending gummies my way. Welch's Fruit Snacks. Top tier gummy. Do you like them? Oh, I love Welch's. Welch's they taste like my childhood. So nostalgic. Well, thank you, friend. I gotta keep trying to be positive, as I know positivity attracts positivity, but it's hard on those days I'm not necessarily happy and I'm going into whichever community in hopes of it possibly cheering me up. I know people aren't intentionally ignoring me, or at least I hope, Lamau, but I do feel a little overlooked. This all might seem a little self-centered and I'm trying not to take it personally, but damn. Okay. So just to reiterate, you're having feelings, valid feelings, and you're wanting to be supported by your friends. And you feel self-centered for having feelings. Like all people have feelings and all people need help from their friends. Is this fair? If you need your friends to lift you up because you're feeling out of sorts, let them know. And if you let them know and then they say fuck off, then okay, find better friends. But if you let them know and they do care about you, they will step up. They will be there for you. But don't just assume that they're going to tell you to fuck off. Give them the opportunity to tell you to fuck off at least. You know, all you can do is let them know how you feel and then see how they respond. This is the love coming back to me and that I put out into the world, especially during a time where I know everyone could use a little more love and positivity in their life. Hey, direct that your own way too. Like, you're beating yourself up right now. Like, love and positivity yourself too, by the way. You're people. If you're a people pleaser, You are also people, so maybe it's your turn. So I guess I need to work on not expecting things from others just because it's something I do myself out of consideration. I mean, I feel like that's just gonna... How do you think that's gonna make you feel? Do you think that might make you just feel more lonely? If you need help from somebody, tell them exactly the type of help that you need. Be as clear and distinct as you can. As much as it's nice for people to just show up and know exactly what it is that we need without telling them what we need, that's just not really realistic. Because whenever we need something, or we can tell our friend needs something, we tend to offer the type of help that we would want. And sometimes a lot of people just like to be left alone with the stuff that they're struggling with. And so their instinctual response is, well, I will just leave other people alone when they are going through something, because it's what I would want. I would want to be left alone when I'm struggling. Also, show yourself some consideration, too. That's in order. Thank you for making people feel heard, Papa, and I appreciate the outside perspective of this situation. It's hard to see when I'm so in my head about it. Hang in there, everyone. It's normally not as bad as our silly brains can make it out to be. Love you all. Bring it in. Then bring it in. I'm working on a more positive self-esteem. What's a good next step past writing things out I like about myself? So that's a good start. That's a great start, actually. And the fact that you did that already is a great and meaningful first step. I won't even say that's a first step. I'll take that back. I'll just say it is a step. I'm not going to say that you're just at step 1 or step 2. I'm like... So we're working on our self-esteem. We want to practice developing a new perspective of ourselves. And the way that we do this is just through our mindfulness, through our awareness. So maybe reflect back on some feelings or some events that might have impacted your self-esteem. But look back at them from a different perspective. Don't look back on them as if they happened to you. Look back on them as if they happened to your best friend. And then think, what would I want my best friend to do with that feeling? How would I want them to respond? How would I want them to be able to heal from that? We want to review the moments in our lives that made us feel like we had low self-esteem, or like that we should have low self-esteem. And we want to revisit them as if they happened to our best friend, somebody that we care deeply about. And then we want to think about, well, what should they do about it? What would I tell them to do? I feel like practicing reframing is going to be a tremendous next step in building up your self-esteem. It's going to make it easier for you to let go of those things that were just simple mistakes. You know, things that you learned from, things that you grew from. You can let those things go and you can recognize, I don't need to hold on to that guilt or shame or whatever it may be that's preventing me from caring for myself and liking myself. So I think that's a great next step. If you ever catch yourself thinking things like, I hate myself, or I'm so stupid, or why the fuck did I do that, try to catch that thought and change it or reframe it to something like, I'm working on this right now, or I'm having the thought that I hate myself, but I'm choosing to ignore that thought and instead realize that I'm working on that. Absolutely. It's a great way to handle it. Just take your thoughts one thought at a time, and before you send them on their way, just check it out. Like, do I need to keep this? Do I want to tweak it? Do I want to try to let it go? Like, figure out which tube you want to throw it into. Do I send it to the garbage chute? Do I send it to be recycled? Do I send it to go be repurposed? Being the kind of person who tells everyone to go for it and never himself goes for it. Just go for it. How about you reframe that and you say, I am learning how to go for it. I am in the process of learning how to go for it. First off, I have to figure out what it is that I'm going for. So yeah, just a couple different techniques, reframing, the best friend technique. Those are some good ones to help you get your self-esteem juiced. Let me know how those work and practice those for a while, and we'll see where we're at. I feel so defeated. I've applied to over 30 jobs in the past month and I've only gotten 2 interviews. Let me pause you real quick. Those are good numbers. Those are actually good numbers, depending on based on what I've heard about the state of the job market. I think those are actually pretty good numbers. Am I wrong here? I think those are actually pretty good. That's actually a pretty good ratio. I've heard some people talk about I've applied to 50 jobs, 100 jobs that I've gotten no interviews. So I'm not trying to take away from your feelings, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to invalidate how you feel. Because you are right to feel frustrated, because it shouldn't be that many that many applications to a certain number of interviews. It should be easier to find a job. Period. But that being said, you got a pretty good ratio. Those are actually pretty good numbers. So I would actually see that as a good thing. I'd be like, oh yeah, I actually got 2 interviews. I've heard of people, applying to jobs every day for months and never getting a single interview. The first one was for a social media marketing position, but upon interviewing, they told me it was more of an admin role with very minimal marketing, so it bait and switch just to get applicants. I had another interview today and everyone was so great and the vibes were good, but it's definitely not a job I want to do and I can see myself getting burnt out fast, but I also know I can't really be picky right now with the job market. I'm at a loss of what to do career-wise and I'm just very unhappy and it's hard for me to be positive about work. I mean, what I would lean towards, if you like the vibes, if you like the people, you know, maybe go for that other opportunity, even though it's something that you don't think that you'd want to do forever or for a long time and you know you'd get burned out on it. It's like still a job. And it's easier to find a better job when you have a job already. So I mean, you can continue the search, you can continue to apply. You don't have to stop doing that. But I would just say, if you need a job and you need to make money, you know, vibes can go a really long way in dealing with a shitty job. I've experienced that firsthand. I feel like maybe just like getting back into it, like if you've been out of the job market for a little while, like even just getting back into it and just, you know, just gives you something to do. So I would just say, just look at it as a temporary thing. You know, it's just something to do for now while I continue the search for something that I want to do for longer. Nothing wrong with that. I feel like we've all been there and we've all taken that job before. Just chat, have you ever had to take that job before? You know what I mean? That job, it's like, well, I don't really want to do this. And I don't really think that I could do this forever. I don't want to do this for that long. But I need a job. I feel like we've all been there. Especially if it opens up new opportunities. You know, if it, like, look at it more than just the job. You're also networking. You're meeting other people in this job field. You can, you know, figure out what your next moves are. Finding the job that you really like is much more about who you know than what you know. And this could give you an opportunity to meet new people and figure out about new opportunities. So I would just try to look at it as an opportunity. I ended up with a job I never really wanted. I've been at it a year and I really like it. I've gotten 2 raises and a promotion. I learned so much. Never expected it. Hell yeah. Kind of feeling like that meme today that goes, tired of shit not killing me and only making me stronger. Right? It's just like, I appreciate getting stronger, but can you please stop trying to kill me? Well, you know what that makes me think of? It makes me think of... It makes me think of this.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill.
Today is unfuckable. Oh shit, let's fucking go, Schnurfy Goob. Let's fucking go. Schnurfy Goob's fucking vibing today. Schnurfy Goob, share your energy with us. Share your energy, Schnurfy Goob. You're overflowing. Sending all of my energies. I mean, save some for yourself. You don't have to send all of the energies. Just share. You know what? Share as much as you care to. I won't tell you what to do. This makes me want to add some emotes. Oh my god, the Mega Man. Okay, I gotta add the Mega Man emotes. There we go. I added a new emote that looks like, I think it should be a combo. Yeah, it works. Okay, perfect. It works. Need a brain twerking emote? Is that a thing? Does that exist already? We might have to animate it. Might have to make it ourselves. I saw their Lego brains, Lego figureheads that are colored like brains. You know what I would want? You know what I would want is a Lego sculpture of a brain. Like, you know how they make adult Legos? I want adult Legos, but it's just it's a human brain. Sick. So sick. I think those exist. Do they? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they did. What are some things parents do that they believe is good for their children, but is actually extremely harmful? I'm a new parent. Alright, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let me give you the run through. And let me just say, there's no, 100% guaranteed way to be a perfect parent. Let me just make that clear from the get-go. There's going to be learning opportunities. There's going to be mistakes made. There's going to be moments for growth. All right? So just keep that in mind. Treat them with respect. And don't make them feel like they are invalid in how they are feeling. Just try to be mindful of how your emotional expression was shaped by your caregivers. How comfortable are you in talking about how you feel? How comfortable are you in sharing that with people? How comfortable are you asking for help? Those types of things. I would say it's really important that your children respect you, but your children should not fear you. And I feel like a lot of parents rely on fear as a way of gaining respect from their child. You know, give them room to grow, give them room to learn things, give them room to show you what they know. But also use them as a new way to view the world. Like you'll view the world through a different set of eyes by looking at them through your child's eyes. In a lot of ways, it'll remind you of being a child yourself. So also take this as an opportunity to connect with your inner child. Hey, baby. No one. What's up?
Everything's fine. I just got back. Prescriptions.
Okay. Dog's in.
Yeah.
Some things that parents do that they believe is good for their kids. I would say that a lot of parents will use things like guilt and shame as a way of disciplining their child. They'll be like, well, guilt and shame, it's better than, some of the other ways that people used to discipline their children. But I feel like if we're going to make our children feel ashamed or guilty, we should also be able to sit down with them and have a conversation about it. If you do have to discipline a child, talk to them about it and don't, talk to them in a way that they can understand. Because I feel like a lot of people use guilt and shame as a way of disciplining their children, but then they never talk to them about why they did what they did, or they never talk to them about why discipline was necessary. So I feel like it's something really important to do. Is if you do need to discipline a child, and I'm not talking about from the point where they're actually able to have a semi-decent conversation with you, 3, 4, when they're actually able to string together sentences. Also, I would say if they show excitement for something, show excitement in it too. Let them being excited about something get you excited. All these new parents trying to be their kid's best friend. And the thing is there's nothing wrong with being your kid's best friend, but I feel like your best friend shouldn't coddle you 100% of the time. Your best friend should also tell you when you're in the wrong. Your best friend should also sit you down and say, hey, what you did there was not okay. I feel like being a best friend isn't all about me being nice to you 100% of the time. Encourage accountability, but also remember that they are very observant. Kids are always watching you. And they will learn a lot by watching what you do. And so if you're going to tell them to do something, you better be willing to do it yourself. Because kids are very good at sniffing out a hypocrite. So yeah, I would say you should want to be your child's friend, but just look at what it is that you define as a friend. A friend isn't somebody who's just always nice to you, always singing your praises, always coddling you. It's no, a friend can actually step up and say, hey, that was not okay. You can actually have that conversation with somebody. That is what having a friend is all about. Having a friend is having somebody who helps you to stay accountable, who helps you grow, But I do think that like you are onto something. Like a lot of people just don't want their kids to be mad at them ever. Like I don't want to ever upset my child. I don't ever like sometimes you will because it's a child and they're very emotional. They're very emotionally driven. Sometimes they will get mad at you for doing something that you were supposed to do. They're like, "Oh, you tried to eat a balloon and I had to take it away from you?" Like, "Oh, you tried to, they'll get mad at you because you wouldn't let them climb into the oven." Don't tell your kids not to gossip, but have them overhear you trashing someone else to their friend, for instance. Oh yeah, that's another one. Like, be careful about shit talking in front of your kids. Because that's gonna give your kids an impression of like how people actually treat each other. Like what they do when they're not around others. If you're talking about somebody who's not there around your kids, just try to be nice about that person. Unless this person actually is like dangerous and they should be avoided. But no, like I remember growing up and just hearing people like hearing parents or other adults like shit talking people behind their back all the time. And then we would like go over and like spend time with this person. And the whole time I was just like confused because I'm just like, I thought we didn't like this person. All we do is shit talk them. Like, why are we here? Like, why are we at their house? You know what I mean? I was like, huh, interesting. So so when we leave, they're gonna start shit talking us, is also what it made me feel like. It makes you like more suspicious of people, you know? That shit used to frustrate me so much as a child. Right, me too. Like I was just like, why are we here? Like what? Like I thought you didn't even like this person. You're always just telling, like, you're just always talking so badly about them. I'm like, what? Are they even your friend? My mom would always tell all her friends about how terrible of a child I was, and I'd overhear her shit talking me over the phone. Well, that's just fucking rude. I mean, she's basically just saying, well, I'm having a hard time being a parent. I'm having some struggles as a parent. I joined a community around 5 years ago with the intent to help myself grow and change to be a better progressive and ally. I'm not sure why this is happening now, but recently someone from the community unprovoked went through my social media posts and tried to report 7-year-plus old posts I had made online to the moderator team. The moderation team made the decision to punish me for my 7-plus-year-old posts and now ostracize me from the community I learned to grow and love in. I was under the impression personal growth should be celebrated and not something we keep people down for and shun away. I'm really disappointed in the community's decision to try to punish me in particular when the community's leader and her partner have experienced this exact situation in the past. I would have thought the community leaders would have confronted the community member for trying to cancel fellow chatters / community members when the world needs more allies now than ever. I feel sick and depressed, and I don't think I'll feel comfortable sharing things with their community in the future. Should I part ways with the community and delete my accounts, or try to move on from their attempted witch hunting and cancellation of my real life? Do you feel that this has been an opportunity for growth and change? Or do we feel like this has allowed us to reflect? What do we feel like? What sort of feeling? I mean, you mentioned like what the types of feelings this is bringing up. Undoubtedly, there's a lot of frustration here. You feel like I don't identify as that person. You know, this happened over 7 years ago. And I'm being judged today for my offenses 7+ years ago. I feel like a lot of people are just on high alert right now. And as discouraging as this is, I would try not to take it too personally. I feel like a lot of people really are just on high alert. The Republicans are taking over. Donald Trump is going to be president again. So where do we go from here? Do you want to critique the entire community that you've found a place in for the decisions of a few people within that space? I feel like a community of any size is just going to have some people that we will have conflict with. I feel like this is an opportunity to just say how you really feel. Apologize for what was done. State that you've learned a lot, you've grown a lot, and this just isn't an accurate reflection of who you are today. Just try to move forward. And I can understand how this would be frustrating. And I can understand how this would make you want to step away from this community. I believe in rehabilitation. I believe that people can learn from their past mistakes and that they can grow and that they can change and that we do not need to worry about them reoffending. That's what I believe in. Not everyone believes that way, unfortunately. Some people believe in punishment forever for any offense. I think this could be an opportunity to express ourselves more clearly. This could be an opportunity to develop a deeper and more profound understanding of other people that we share a community with. Just to let them see a more genuine side of you. And I feel like in the long term, this could actually be an opportunity to bring you even closer to people. Like, you're never going to meet everybody's approval. The mod team making the decision that set the precedent that you can be punished for half a decade old content is crazy. So then what's the cutoff date? Is there a time limit? Can we only go back so far? Like, I don't think that they made the decision. Like, I would assume that they didn't make the decision lightly. I would make like that this might not even be anything unanimous. Like, we don't know. I guess I would just apologize to those that were hurt by whatever it was, to wish all the best going forward. Didn't the same thing happen to you? Yeah, and you know what? I said, you know what? I'm not that guy. I grew up. I learned. If you're hurt by this, I apologize. I feel like most people who were on the internet in the early days of the internet are very grateful that there aren't permanent records of all the stuff that people used to say online. But hey, we're learning, we're growing, we're doing better. That's what it's all about. The apology is not needed if you're witch hunting for content. I have no problem with apologizing as many times as I need to for anything I did that was wrong. Like, I'm not gonna run out of apologies. Like, because I am apologetic, and so I can continue to apologize freely as often as people feel the need for me to apologize for it. But I would say that is unusual behavior to do like a deep dive on somebody. Like, that is just kind of like, okay, why are you doing this? Are you doing this because you actually are offended by it, or are you doing it just because you are trying to bring about something that somebody did that was offensive? Are you going to apologize for it every time someone brings it up or try to move on? I would ask them why they're bringing it up. I would say, were you hurt by this? Were you offended by this? If so, I apologize. It's not that hard to do. And I feel like we're still moving on. What But if you weren't given the chance to ask because you got banned, then ask when you get unbanned, I guess. And the person saying they're offended doesn't want to be known for reporting it. It feels gross. It does. I agree. It does feel gross. Like, we all have better things to do than to go dig up things that people were doing 10 years ago on the internet. Like, get a hobby. Like, what are you doing? Anyone who's digging up old shit seems like someone's who's got shit to hide. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Sometimes people will bring up other people's shit as a way of distracting from their own shit. That is true. They're protecting the sleuth when they should punish that behavior. Right? Like, ban both of them. Like... ban one person for saying something offensive and ban the other person for doing a cyber stalk. Sure. Punish both parties. Like, you don't want to encourage cyber stalking. Just be like, alright, we're gonna temporarily ban both people just to give everybody space and to move on from this. When does trying to be considerate or helpful turn into people-pleasing? I would say that being considerate and helpful turns into people-pleasing whenever it detracts from your own quality of life, or it detracts from you being able to take care of your own needs. You know, you're having to put your own needs on the back burner, and I'm like, not just once or twice, but like consistently, to the point where you're like, honestly starting to be neglectful of your own needs because you're too busy looking out for other people's needs. You know, because sometimes being considerate or helpful puts us out. Like, that's true. Like, sometimes it's inconvenient. Sometimes it takes away from the time you'd be able to take care of yourself. That happens. But the thing that you're trying to look for is this habitual? Is this a pattern? Is this something that continues to happen? Do I have a hard time addressing my own needs? Can I be considerate and helpful of myself? Is the question. We should be just as considerate and helpful to ourselves as we are to anyone else. That's a good standard to have. Are we technically dead? Good question. I had surgery a while ago, and afterwards I did not remember the doctor giving me any anesthesia at all. That's pretty normal. It's pretty normal to have a memory loss from the time around when the anesthesia was given. It felt as if I blinked my eye once and boom, I'm in the recovery room. There's no perception of time or space, so that's how it feels. It's like, all right, going under, and you're out of it. And the reason why this happens is because when you're under an anesthetic, it's different than just being asleep. When you're being asleep, part of your brain that monitors like regulation and the monitors like the passage of time, it's like that part of your brain stays pretty active. And so, you know, sometimes when we sleep, it feels like time goes a lot quicker, but there's at least still a sensation of the passage of time that's present when we're sleeping. Whereas when you're under anesthetic, like you are out. You are out. And so if there's no perception of time, then it's basically one moment to the next, like blink and you're out of it. If I were to have dementia right now and lose all of my senses, other people would know that I am still alive, but I would not know that I am alive. But I also would not know if I am dead either. Isn't that just what I was before I was born? Before birth is pretty much deep sleep without any awareness of it, and I'm assuming the same thing for death? Yeah, basically. It's just like you return to where you came from whenever you were pre-born. That's pretty much how it works. You go back to wherever you started from, I think. At least that's just what I've always assumed. Surgery honestly freaks me out because what if like I have some awareness of being cut into and worked around? Well, I mean, at least you have a badass story to tell. Like, hey, you want to hear about the time that I went under for surgery, but I could feel it? I'd be like, what? Like, yeah. It was wild. Also, cannabis can interfere with anesthetic, be honest. They want to help you. Yep, if you've been smoking weed, let them know. I lost a huge chunk of my memory from a bad concussion. It's nuts how fragile our little head sponges are. Now that sucks that that's happened, but it also makes me wonder, like, was the actual memory data corrupted, or was the linkage to that part of your brain damaged in some way? So were the memories lost, or did they just become mislocated? Like, was the file deleted, or is the pathway just changed? Do we need to find a new way to access or tap into those memories? I feel like our understanding of memory is so... The fanciest Nancy, thank you for the 6 months. We're subscribed for 6 months at tier 1. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Trying to get back to 300. Let's update that goal. 300 is the goal. The reason why 300 is the goal is because Twitch has a threshold for the higher payout. If you're able to maintain 300 subs for 3 months, they give you a better pay cut. I mean, it's not like I know what I'm missing. What you might notice is that some of these memories will start to come back as like you activate them through, maybe it'll be a smell, maybe it'll be a sound, maybe it'll be some other type of sensation, and it'll be tied to a memory that you misplaced. I'm sad. I feel ostracized when I really need a safe space. After the election, I'm going crazy. Welcome to the club. I mean, literally, like, you're safe here. Hopefully we can help you not feel so crazy. And if you're gonna feel crazy, at least like a fun crazy. If you're gonna be crazy, at least like a fun crazy. Like a wacky aunt who, you know what I mean? Like a wacky aunt who talks to her cats. Like a fun crazy. Not like a stressful crazy. Not like a scribbling on the walls, covered in your own feces kind of crazy. I'm in doomer mode. I don't see the future anymore. Maybe that's your body and your mind trying to force you to pay attention to the present and where we go from here. I feel like solidarity and collectivism is what's going to help you get through this time. If you absolutely need to be in doomer mode, at least set a time limit for yourself. Don't make it indefinite. Speaking of, this is actually a good tie-in to this question we got in the question box. Is living purely out of spite for your enemies a valid way to live? Yes, but with a caveat. I would say yes, but temporarily. You don't want to live this way forever, because that's just not very enjoyable. But when things get really dark and things get really grim, sometimes spite can be a really powerful motivator. Sometimes continuing to fight on because other people want to see you fail is a great motivator. Fuck those guys is a great motivator. Bro, who told this R word he can be some spiritual Twitch guru? Lamau, bro, you're a coping R word. I think you're projecting, if I'm being honest. And I would recommend looking that up if you've never heard of it before. It's projection. Projection. Also, I do have credentials. Maybe you should ask me what my credentials are instead of just assuming that, like, I'm a terrible person. Have you ever considered that you're just not very nice and that's why you don't have friends? Have you ever, like, considered that? Like, have you ever sat down and thought about it? Like, I don't have any friends. Whose fault could this be? The Democrats? The liberals? Women? Surely it can't be me. I'm perfect. It's gotta be someone else. It's gotta be someone else who has it out for me. That's the reason why I'm miserable and alone. Couldn't be my repugnant personality. Surely not. See, like, I would be your friend if you wanted to be friends with me. Like, I would be your friend, because I feel like you need a friend. But you don't want to make friends with me, and that's why you're lonely. Right? Like what Cutie Cheek said. Like, criticize me all you want, but talk to me like an adult. Like, you don't need to bring in discrimination against the most vulnerable population of people into this. Like, what did they have to do with anything? Like, leave them alone. But yeah, to answer your question, questioner, living purely out of spite for your enemies, this is a valid way to get out of a dark place. I would say yes, this is true. But don't do it indefinitely. Like, learn to find peace. Master the art of peace and the art of war. Learn both. But default towards peace whenever possible. I didn't know it was so offensive to visit a community for mental health help. What a strange reaction. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I should do an entire presentation on this, actually. Like, why certain people don't believe in mental health, or that mental health works. Because they think it can't work for me, therefore it can't work for anybody. Because if it worked at all, it would work for me, like, because there's nothing, like, right? Like, but a lot of people are just very frustrated because they're angry all the time, or they're depressed, or they're anxious, and they're like, I can't fix this. I just have to, like, beat myself up. I just have to make myself feel like shit all the time. I just have to drink my feelings away. There are a lot of people out there who just assume that mental health doesn't work, and it's like, well, have you tried it? Because there are a lot of people out there who says it does work. Like, are they all lying? Or are you just scared to try? I'm not scared. That's why I got 15 AR-15s, I got 13 sniper rifles, I got 27 handguns, I got them all in a locked bunker, I got 15 years worth of canned food. Because I'm not scared. I'm prepared. If you don't want mental health help, maybe try Scientology. Yeah, go join the Church of Scientology. I heard that they also hate mental health, so, you know, maybe you'd fit in. They also love suckers who open up their wallets. Okay, just a quick moment. One of my favorite things, whenever people come in and they try to, like, get under my skin or they try to be mean to me, one of the things that they will say is, I thought you were a therapist. Aren't you supposed to be nice to people? So let me get this straight. You came in here being mean to me because you thought that I was supposed to be nice to you? Like, no, I am under no obligation to be nice to anybody. I am nice to people because I choose to be nice to people, and because I want to be a nice person. But if you leave me no choice, I'm going scorched earth. I have two modes. I'm practicing patience. I'm practicing patience, all right? It's a work in progress. Show them the mean German psychoanalyst. Oh yeah, you came at me thinking I'd be Carl Rogers, but actually you're gonna get Fritz Perls. That's a psychology deep cut. That's a joke for all my psych majors out there. That's a joke for all my psych majors out there. Like, oh, you thought I was gonna be nice to you? Actually, I'm gonna blow cigarette smoke in your face and tell you how much of a fuck up you are. Psychology jokes. I find them very funny. Like, if you get that joke, like, you're goated. Do they still do that in German Gestalt therapy? Do they just like chain smoke cigarettes and say, you see what your problem is here is you're doing this when you need to be doing this? Why are you doing this? Tell me why you're doing this. I wish. That's how it was in like the 60s and 70s. Like it was wild. It was wild. I mean, like Fritz Perls was kind of in a league of his own though. Like he started off in Germany and then he moved to like San Diego or San Francisco or something and just like would go to all these like liberal arts colleges and just give lectures and chain smoke cigarettes and people are like fascinated by him. Love that they straight up confront you. That's why I will confront people who are looking to be confronted. Because in some ways, confrontation is a really helpful skill in therapy, but you have to know when and how to do it. Some people like to be challenged. I'm getting a little too frustrated. Maybe I should have a Shack gummy to help me calm down. You see these? Just look at his face. They're giant Shack heads. Extra large. What do I put in fried rice? Egg. Soy sauce. Garlic. Ginger. Like, what kind of spices do you have? Fried rice is super easy. That was there was a weird smell that wafted out of this bag. There was a weird, like, nail polish remover smell that came out of this bag, like, as I opened it. Like acetone. I feel like it kind of punched me in the face there for a second. I opened this bag, it was like poof, like oh. It's still lingering a little bit in there. I'm like, what's going on with these? Okay, this is the size of it. This is a massive gummy, and it's shaped like Shaq's head. Like. It's got the Swedish fish consistency, so they're not bad. That smell that came out of the bag was concerning. Like, whatever they put on these to, like, process them, I'm like, it's... whatever stuff they put on it to, like, keep them from sticking or, like, preserve them, you know? Like, whatever they put on there, it's got kind of a... unusual smell. Not bad. The flavor was okay. 6 out of 10. Actually, 5.5 out of 10. 5.5. The Arizona tea gummies were much better. I would give the Arizona tea gummies like an 8.2. Those are pretty good. Does it taste shacky? You know, it tastes just like him. I have a happy update. Not only am I finally dating again after leaving the game back in 2018, but I beat Limerence, I'm letting myself be cared for and cherished, and I have never felt so supported in my life. Like after a month of dating this person, I see just how shittily I let people treat me in the past, including family members. It feels wonderful, and I am finally feeling like I am unfreezing after all of these years. Congratulations. That sounds like a victory. Sounds like a victory to me. I like Albanese. Albanese gummy bears are the best gummy bears. The Albanese gummy bears are like a 9.3. Don't get me wrong, I'll eat Shack, but like, I would rather have a Lifesaver gummy. Lifesaver gummies are another one of my favorites. They're so big too. Like, I like a gummy that you can eat in one bite, and I don't want this much gummy in one, like. The internet says the Sour Shacks are better than the originals. I would believe them. Like, do I need to let these air out a little bit? Like, do I need to let these air out? There's still just like an unusual like acetone type scent. Like, it's kind of concerning. Whenever I ate the whole one, I could kind of taste it a little bit. Like, no good. No good. Might be from the bag, right? I'm like, maybe I should let them air out a little bit. You know, like when you order a package from another country and then you open it up and it's been sealed and it smells like the air in another country. Pour them in a bowl, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna make Shack cereal. I'm gonna pour them in a bowl and I'm gonna put milk in there. Something you are grateful for? You? All of you? Also, Casey Tron. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my loved ones, my friends. And I'm grateful for all of you. I'm also grateful for my pets. Grateful cats exist. Cats are great. And if anyone doesn't like cats, I take that as a red flag. I'm grateful for the wine braised short ribs I'm about to make. You better post pictures, because that sounds delicious. We have a food channel in the Discord. We need food pics. I had to go in and change the auto mod settings because it kept filtering the word spice. People were getting their messages deleted because it had spice in it. It was like, this word contains a slur. I was like, oh. So I had to go update the auto mod in the Discord. I've been working out regularly for a year and a half now, and while I can objectively say my body is stronger and more aesthetic, etc., I genuinely don't feel it made me any better mentally. And in fact, I feel the progress is way too slow, which annoys me, or rather my starting point was way lower than a majority of people. Alright. Nope. Can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to compare yourself to literally everybody else. That's not fair to you. You can only compare yourself to yourself. On top of that, in the past, I don't think I've given remotely as much care about how my body looks, and even though it looks better than it used to, I think about how I dislike it way more often. Oh yes, the bodybuilder's trap. This is the trap that bodybuilders fall into, is they start working out because they feel really small, and then they keep getting bigger and bigger, and they're just like massive, and they're just like, yeah, but look at this. And they're pointing at some like random muscle on their back or their shoulder, and they're like, puny. I think what's most important in getting exercise and getting stronger is feeling stronger. So what makes you feel stronger? I'm just frustrated with stumbling upon people claiming it's 100% going to be a positive thing for people mentally when it just hasn't been for me. Yet. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about exercise and why it is important for our mind. There are certain hormones, certain chemicals that your brain relies on to produce certain mood states. And the way that your body produces more of those hormones, because it produces those hormones in naturally occurring amounts, but it can also increase its production of those types of hormones when we engage in physical exercise. It literally gives your body the motivation it needs to actually produce more of those chemicals that are there to help you feel better. So maybe your next step is not one related to your body, but one related to your mind. Maybe there are some things lurking in your mind. Maybe past pain, past regret, past guilt, past shame, whatever it might be. Something that you've been meaning to work through, but you didn't feel strong enough. Maybe now's the time to revisit those things, to test your might, to see how strong you've really gotten. Maybe that's the kind of breakthrough you're waiting for, because I feel like that's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for a breakthrough. You're waiting to get to that next level, and that's why you're getting frustrated, is because you feel like I've hit the cap. And then you can bust through and you can find out that there's a whole nother level above that one. Just working out isn't going to be a panacea for your mental health, because there are plenty of gym bros who are totally screwed up mentally. There are plenty of really buff dudes who still have the emotional awareness of your average houseplant. So what I would say is take some time to meditate. Meditation is like bicep curls for your brain. You've been working out your body, now work out your mind. The next step in your journey. My houseplants are emotionally secure, thanks. You're right, maybe it was a wrong example. I know someone who's about 4% body fat and he still doesn't like to see himself in a mirror. And he could work through that, but he has to confront why that is. He has to sit down and think about it and, sift through that. That's what meditation's all about. Just sitting down and thinking about the stuff that you've been avoiding thinking about. So I would say, start working out your mind. Do that meditation. Give yourself a few weeks. Incorporate a meditation practice and take it just as seriously as your gym practice. You might notice more effect than you thought was even possible. I believe it is time for me to start meditating. It's no better time than now. I mean, maybe not right now. Like, you don't have to leave and go meditate. You can do it later. I honestly and genuinely believe this. Far fewer people would be living with mental health crises if they took more time to meditate. Oh, yeah? Penny loves meditation. She was enthusiastically agreeing with me. I thought meditation is about not thinking at all. Nope. Nope, that's actually a misconception. The thing about meditation that hinders a lot of people from trying it is that they have this idea of what it is. I'm supposed to sit down, I'm supposed to think nothing, I'm just supposed to but that's not really what it is. Meditation is just taking a step back from your thoughts and just watching them. Like they're cars driving by on the road. You're not hopping in the car. You're not fixating on the make and model and color of that vehicle. You're just watching them go by and seeing what comes along. And then guess what? You're going to get distracted. You're going to jump into one of these cars. And the whole point is to notice when you're lost and start over. Just go back to observing. That's all you got to do. Try, fail, repeat. Failure is actually success in meditation. You try to distance yourself from your thinking for as long as you can until you notice that you have started thinking again, you're entangled back in your thoughts again, and then you step back and do it again. And again, and again. Every time you do that, it's like a bicep curl for your brain. Is it even possible to meditate in silence? Trying to meditate while going to sleep doesn't seem to have the same effect as guided meditation. See, when you bring that up, and you actually bring up a really important part, bit of a tongue twister, a really important point. One of the first types of meditation that they will teach people at monasteries, not every monastery, there's too many to equate it's being universal, but one of the first types of meditation that a lot of people learn is just called sound meditation. Just focus on what you can hear. And if you get distracted and your mind starts to wander, just go back to sound. Just go back to listening. If I recall, in traditional yoga, there are 4 types of meditation, each with a different goal. One style is to ask yourself a question and then meditate until you find the answer. That's one of my favorite ways to use meditation. Meditate with intention. We can meditate for creativity, we can meditate for insight, we can meditate for relaxation, we can meditate for peace, we can meditate for perspective. Should it be a question that only has yes/no answer, or can it be a complicated answer? Could be either. It could just be, I'm trying to find more insight. Sometimes you don't even realize what the question is. Sometimes you start with the answer and then you find the question. That sounds like a total stoner thought. Like, I get it. But sometimes in meditation, you feel like I find out what the question is that I've been trying to ask myself. What's the difference between meditating and just thinking/contemplating? I would say the difference is this. Meditation is you are trying to observe the process as it occurs, and you just try to watch your mind as it progresses. Because your mind is always shifting from one thought into the next, whether or not you want it to. You can't hold on to a thought indefinitely. Eventually something else will pop up. Like, oh, I'm hungry, I gotta go to the bathroom, I gotta call this person back, I gotta go let the dogs out. You know, something will pop in and replace your existing thought. And then that thought will leave and another thought will come in. Meditation is just trying to observe this process as it happens. From a detached place, a place with no judgment, no input. I'm just observing. I'm just watching things as they come by on the factory assembly line. Whereas thinking or contemplating is more of an active process. You're trying to direct your thinking. You are trying to steer the boat down the river, and you are picking which channel you want to go down. You're trying to head a certain direction, and you're doing a lot more navigating. I would say that's the difference. Meditation is just watching the boat as it goes down the river and seeing where the river takes it. Hi Joshua, I am gay. Hi chat, I am gay. Hi gay, I'm Joshua. Is meditation also the answer for earworms? There is no waking hour when I don't have a song playing in my head, and sometimes it's really distracting. I think that has to do more with just the structure and the style of your thinking. A lot of people have like musically oriented thinking. Like, I'm one of those people. Like, if I'm not actively thinking anything, I might just have a song playing in my head. Like, I've had people ask me, like, what are you thinking? I'm just like, it just takes some time. Then there's just like, what's my age again? What's my age again? There's just like a song playing in my head. Like, what are you thinking? Like, I'm just, I'm listening to music inside my mind. And I don't see this as a bad thing, unless it's like you're trying to do something else and then the music just turns itself up. It's like, okay, maybe we need to turn the music down a little bit. I need to find my volume knob. What do you think of EMDR? I found it helpful for PTSD and not so much for chronic depression. I think EMDR is definitely something that's useful. It's an innovative approach to our brain. It takes advantage of certain brain processes to literally relocate the place that trauma is stored in your brain. That's so sick that they figured out that that works, that that's a thing. What is it? EMDR is a type of therapy that was designed to help people process their trauma. And you look at a light bar, and there's this light that goes back and forth, and they say, follow this with your eyes. And then you follow it with your eyes. And while you're following it with your eyes, you're following this blinking light that goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They have you talk about your trauma. And what they've found is that it's basically the same thing that happens during REM sleep. And it allows things to move from one part of your brain to another part of your brain. It helps to relocate. Because generally speaking, like, the reason why people suffer from PTSD is because those traumatic memories, those traumatic sensations and experiences are essentially stuck in the short-term active memory part of your brain. It feels like you're still there. It feels like you're still living it. And this is why people have flashbacks. This is why people feel like they're reliving, is because it's simply in the wrong part of your brain. And EMDR helps to move it to another part of your brain. Is it just another form of hypnotherapy? No. Because hypnotherapy implies, we're implanting suggestions into your mind. Where the hypnotherapy is basically, we're going to make your mind more impressionable. We're going to make your mind more relaxed, and we're going to make you more open to receiving new ideas. And we're going to try to implant some ideas into your mind after you are deeply relaxed. As far as it not working for chronic depression, I would say unless there's trauma associated with the depression, or there's certain thoughts or things you're trying to process related to your depression, then it makes sense that it might not be super effective for it. My favorite technique for chronic depression is visualization. That's the one I found to be most helpful. Just imagining myself just a little bit happier, then figuring out what that guy's doing, and then stealing his moves. Just focusing on that next tiny step forward into a more and more happier version of myself. No, EMDR is actually super interesting because it's just such a unique way to approach a problem. And it just taps into things that your brain already does. Like when you are dreaming, you are in REM sleep and your eyes are, they're moving around like wild. Your eyes are just going. And what your brain is doing when it's dreaming is it's relocating information. It's figuring out what information do I need to move from the short-term storage into long-term storage? Which of this information goes to the garbage bin? Which of this do I let go? Which do I keep? What's important? What's not important? And it basically invokes that type of mental processing, but you're awake when it's happening. Really neat. Have you heard about the book, The Fourth Turning? Oh, I don't know if I have. I'm gonna be honest, most of the books I read are sci-fi fantasy. That's my favorite type of book. I don't read very much nonfiction. I do, from time to time, but I'm much more of a sci-fi guy. used to have so many nightmares, but they kind of just stopped. Sometimes nightmares stop when you stop feeling scared of them. Sometimes it's the fear that keeps them going. It's the power they have over you. And when they have no power over you, they go away. Have you heard of the book of the Fourth Turning? It's a theory that American history has consistently gone through an 80-year cycle of seasons. Winter equals economic recession, summer equals abundance. It was written in the mid-90s and accurately predicted the crash of 2008. It also predicted the recession would be over by 2025. I was hopeful of the idea up until last week. Womp womp. Hold on, I've got a sound effect for you. Now, is this 80-year cycle a reflection on America? Is this a reflection on something that is underlying the human psyche? Because I feel like this is something that humans do. We come to these peaks and valleys as far as like our emotional awareness and our emotional enlightenment. So I don't know. Is this theory about to be proven wrong by what's going on? Could be. Also, the statistician in me and the experimenter in me is like, we can't establish causation after only so few trials. The statistician in me is just like 80-year cycles, but we've only existed for a little over, like, we had our bicentennial in 1976, and that was about 50 years ago, so we're about 250-ish years. So that would be like an 80-year cycle, around 250 years. That would only be like 4 cycles. We need more data. Four cycles is not satisfying to my statistician brain. Any good experiment needs at least 10 trials. We need more data. Because that 80-year cycle could be a part of a bigger cycle. Like there could be many little cycles within an overarching big cycle, and you might not be able to see the bigger picture until more time has passed. So I'm not saying that this is untrue, but it could also be a part of something even bigger, but we just need more data. But this is interesting to think about. There's definitely like an ebb and flow, not just in society, not just in the government, but in people. Like, look at just the different generations. Like, think back to like the 1960s. The 1960s was around 70 years ago. And just think about how different the atmosphere was in the 1960s. And even like the 70s versus how things were in like the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. I think we're kind of a sort of pattern that's emerging. But we need more data to see the bigger picture. It's always the problem in science. You always need more data to see the even bigger picture. That's science in a nutshell. But if you think back to like what some of the founding fathers would talk about, it was like, wasn't it Thomas Jefferson who said that the United States should have a revolution like every 200 years? Like we need a new revolution every 200 years. Like, and I'm not a big fan of Thomas Jefferson. Like I know what he did. Like don't get it twisted. But the thing about people who lived in the 1700s was they didn't have the internet. They had to study history by like reading books and thinking about it and talking about it. So there was a lot more like understanding of the pattern of human history. Nowadays, in politics, we don't really consider the pattern of human history as much as I think they used to. And so they were looking back like hundreds of years throughout history and trying to like glean information from that. I think he was just saying a new constitution. I agree with that. Redo it. Redo it. We've rebooted everything else. Reboot the Constitution. The American people love a reboot. Reboot the Constitution. Keep all the ones you like. Change the ones that are broken. Starting with everyone gets a vote this time, I think. Right? Like, okay, first off, let's get rid of the all men were created equal. Let's all people. I feel like we need to, you know, adopt that approach. Like, that's a good start. Oh my god, I pulled this other Shack gummy out of the bag, and this one's much harder than the other one. It's a different flavor. It's the pink one. And it's much more firm than the other one. It's caught off guard a little bit. This one's a little bit hard. It's like it had flavor, but then it just disappears. It was like there was flavor there. First, like I think there was flavor there, but then the flavor just disappeared. Where'd it go? The peach flavor in this is the peach one. The peach flavor of this is like, there are people in the next room from me and they're talking about peaches. Not a very strong flavor. All right, everybody. Are we ready? We're ready for today's topic. We ready for today's topic? Let's go and farm thumbnails for a minute while I talk about what we're talking about. You know, whenever I do a presentation, there's this funny thought that pops back up. There was somebody who came in here when I was doing a presentation and they basically said, like, all this lecturing is why you lost the election. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? All this lecturing is why you lost the election. I'm like, I know this is a new opinion that you might not have experienced in life, but I didn't want anybody to win. I wanted, because I feel like no matter who won, like, we all lose. Like, the election of 2024 was pick your genocider. I think this was a political stream. I have leftist in my tags just to, you know, trigger people. Like you come to a lecture and you get angry that you're getting lectured, right? It's like homeboy just showed up to class and he forgot his notebook and now he's making it our problem. He's like, you're all sheep. I'm like, be quiet, dude. We're trying to learn. The thing about, like, people who don't believe in the same politics as I do is, like, I want to make friends with them too. Like, I'm not going to rule them out from self-help and self-care and, you know, like, I'm not going to... But sometimes they just come in here and they just lead with meanness. I'm just like, are you okay? Like, they just come in and they're just so hot and so angry and they have this idea of who I am in their head. They've just been cooking it up. They have this idea of me. It's like, that's not me, man. I'm not that guy. You have no idea who I am. Like, try saying hello first. If you want to make friends, try being friendly. That one's free. You can have that one for free. Why are they so angry when they won? I don't get it. Because hopefully they come to realize that just because Donald Trump won doesn't mean that their lives are going to get that much better. Like, it's not gonna make their lives as great as they think it's going to. Like, deporting a bunch of people, enacting a bunch of tariffs, and just enacting more and more restrictive social policies is gonna make everything worse for everybody. Well, most people. There are gonna be a small population of people that benefit. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I don't want to eat him because he's Shaq, but I also do want to eat him to put him out of his misery. Like, just look at him. He's like, please, end my suffering. Eat me. It is my destiny. All right, bud. The blue one's probably the best one. The blue one's actually pretty good. The peach ones are just kind of meh. The red ones were okay. The blue ones are the best. Do the colors taste the same? No, they're different flavors. There's 3 flavors. Peach, berry punch, and orange. That one was orange? It did not taste like orange at all. It tastes more like fruit punch. The peach one hardly had any flavor at all. The blue one's actually pretty good. It tastes like one of those blue popsicles. My favorite type of fruit, the blue raspberry. You love peach? I like peach flavored candies too. Like the peach Dum Dums are really good. There's a lot of peach flavor in there. Those did not have a lot of peach flavor. Peach flavor was very mild. Especially considering how much flavor there was in that blue one. Kind of wild that blue raspberry is one of my favorite flavors, even though blue raspberries don't exist. I wish they did, though. to go to a birthday party tomorrow. It's giving me anxiety. Think about the ways in which it could be fun. Think about the ways that things could go right. Maybe we can redirect some of that anxiety into excitement. Yeah, you probably could make a blue raspberry, like, genetically. But could you make it taste like blue raspberry? I always thought blue raspberry was just a combination of blueberries and raspberries. Fun. I need to look this up. What is a blue raspberry anyway? Some of the popular flavors in the 20th century were cherry, strawberry, watermelon, and raspberry, which are all essentially the same shade of red, so to distinguish the different varieties, raspberry frozen treats got their hue with a dye called amaranth, which is also known as red number 2. This deep wine-tinted red color was used for decades until an FDA study in the 70s revealed that it wasn't safe for consumption. The fact that they want to dismantle the FDA should concern you, because this is the kind of stuff that the FDA helps to protect you from. Make sure the stuff you're eating isn't going to give you malignant tumors. The FDA is a bad thing because it won't let me inject horse dewormers straight into my butt. Like, what? Like, I don't understand the anti-FDA approach that a lot of people take. It just kind of confuses me. Like, the FDA is out there to make sure that we're not killing ourselves by the stuff we're ingesting. Like, like, you know that as soon as those regulations go down, the food companies are gonna be like, all right, it's fair game. Time to start putting all these, you know, bring back red number 2. So yeah, they used blue dye. Hello from Kansas. Hello from Kansas. All American exports will be illegal in Europe at the very least, right? It's like, I'm sure that's going to do wonders for the US economy when we're no longer able to sell our snacks overseas because they've got poison in them. But that's freedom. I want the freedom to put poison in my potato chips. That's the American dream. You can very easily not put those things in, right? They could, but if they're cheaper, they will, because that's capitalism. Capitalism is trying to find endless growth. And we all know that endless growth is not sustainable in any universe. Hey, yeah, line go up. All right, everybody, we're going to talk about emotional contagion today. This is our presentation topic of the day. We're going to talk about emotional contagion. We're going to talk about how other people's emotions can become our emotions. the ways that emotions can spread between people. So let's do it. This might be a new concept for many of us, so let's just take a moment to go ahead and define it. What is emotional contagion? We're going to use the definition that emotional contagion is a phenomenon where one person's emotions and behaviors can directly influence the emotions of others. An example of this would be being around a cheerful friend can help to lift your spirits, while conversely, being around a tense coworker can make everyone feel on edge. So, our goal for today, for this presentation, is we want to understand why emotional contagion matters, especially in close relationships, workplaces, and community settings. Is this like the dancing plague of 1518? No, this is more like the woke mind virus. No, it's a little bit different than that. Also, they think that the dancing plague also had to do with like tainted grain. The ergot fungus that grows on grain. That's also a powerful hallucinogen. They also thought in part that it was because of, they thought it was a religious experience because there was some type of saint who they had associated with it, but I forget which saint it was. Somebody who had to do with dancing or something. Yeah, we've talked about it on stream before. It's an interesting thing. All right, let's do it. So, how does emotional contagion happen? Let's talk about mirror neurons. In your brain, in everyone's brain, that's how I know they're in your brain, because they're in all of our brains, you have something that are known as mirror neurons. And these neurons have a specific function. They are designed to help you unconsciously mimic other people's expressions, their gestures, and to help generate an empathetic connection. These are a fascinating thing, and I feel like a lot of people haven't heard of them before. I want to show you a little infographic. This comes straight from Harvard EDU. This is straight from the Harvard website. And they're talking about how mirror neurons activate. So they tested it and they found that monkeys have these as well. When the monkey grabs the ball, the same neurons fire as if he is watching someone grab the ball. So you can watch someone else do something and you're able to imagine yourself doing that thing too. That's what mirror neurons are for. They are what enable our monkey see, monkey do behaviors. Let's pull up another one, because mirror neurons are really interesting, so I want to talk about them for a sec. Mirror neurons in our brain are responsible for our ability to understand quickly and instinctively what others feel and experience. They encode not only the movement, but also the intention. So it's not just about learning a behavior, it's also about deciphering the emotional content or the intention behind their action. Mirror neurons also help us to differentiate facial expressions, which is important to develop empathy. This last part is just a theory. This isn't anything definitive, but they just say that people on the autism spectrum likely have less active mirror neuron network. Not that they don't have mirror neurons, but they just might be attuned differently. This is just, nothing proven. Anyway. Do they also work on us having secondhand embarrassment? Absolutely. Good insight. Good insight. That's actually exactly right. You can watch somebody go through something and you can feel what you think they are feeling because you can put yourself in their position. Mirror neurons are what enable us to have empathy. Is it possible for a person to not have mirror neurons and thus not relate to someone how someone else feels? This is another really good question. Because you have to think about people who have sociopathic tendencies. People who act in ways that are harmful to others but are unbothered by it. And I think what that could be is, do they not have mirror neurons, or do they just not see people as people? And so it might not be that they don't have mirror neurons, it might just be that their idea of what a person is not as my equal. It's not as another person. I view them as something that is less than me. But I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about. It could be that part of their brain isn't working correctly. It's definitely something interesting to think about. You should still have empathy for animals. Absolutely. Should have empathy for all living things. Even the plants and the trees. We're all living on this rock together. We should try our best to share it and treat each other well. Does electric shock work on sociopaths? No. Electroshocks are actually not that effective at doing much of anything. Like, if you are extremely depressed and your brain is basically just operating at a super low level, like, they will shock your brain to try to, reboot it. But even that is being replaced by other things like transcranial magnetic stimulation. Instead of using electricity, they'll just use really powerful magnets to stimulate your basal ganglia. So, part of the reason why emotional contagion happens is because our brains have mirror neurons in them. Anybody just now, is this your first time learning about mirror neurons? If it is, I'm excited for you, because I remember learning about mirror neurons and I was pogged up. Another part of why we do this is because of facial and body language mimicry. Humans will subtly copy facial expressions, gestures, and postures, leading to a shared emotional experience. It's often something that we do unconsciously or subconsciously. It's something we do without being aware that we're doing it. This is all we also use this technique intentionally in therapy. One of the things that they teach you to do in therapy is to mirror the posture of the person you're talking to, because it helps them to feel more connected to you. So if they're sitting back like this, you sit back like this. If they lean forward, you lean forward. The thing about emotional contagion is that it affects us on a subconscious level. It's something that happens without us even realizing it. And this can create unintentional shifts in our mood. So we might find ourselves feeling some type of way like, I thought I was having a good day, but now I just feel like I'm not having a good day. Like, what happened? And you think back, it's like, oh yeah. So-and-so came into the office and they were just on the warpath and they were just, yelling at everybody, and it made everybody feel really uncomfortable. Do the mirror neurons help us to recognize people? Good question. I would assume that they play a role. But the thing about mirror neurons is that they also can translate between species. Like when we've experimented on monkeys to see their mirror neurons activate, like they can watch a human do something and their mirror neurons can activate. So it doesn't have to be exactly like somebody of your same species. Maybe I'm weird for thinking this, but I've been feeling like the isolation of the COVID era has left my mirror neurons in need of some deliberate and sustained attention and retraining, gym style. Oh yeah, absolutely. You gotta get back out there. You gotta get back out there. Go out there and feed off of other people's energy. Go out there and be an energy vampire. Just go out there and like see people like excited and doing stuff and just start like start gobbling it up. Twin studies can clarify whether generic differences contribute to variations. No. That's an interesting point because you could, like, what if you had twins and one was like a sociopath and the other was not? That could give you some very interesting information. The way that because a lot of people will get hung up on like nature or nurture. It's like nature is the ingredients that you are provided with, and like nurture is what you do with those ingredients. So it's like you have all of the ingredients to make a cake, but it's like, are you gonna make a cake? Are you gonna make cupcakes? Are you gonna make pancakes? Are you gonna make, crepes? Are you gonna make a souffle? Like, what do you want to do? I'm gonna make all of them. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open a bakery. I'm gonna make a croissant. A question to consider: are some emotions more contagious than others? Quick, take a guess. Take a guess. Are some emotions more contagious than others? Take a guess. Yes. The answer is yes, absolutely. As we've talked about here before, but if you haven't seen this, that's fine, we'll catch you up. One of the things that we will often talk about is how the human brain has a negativity bias. Negative experiences and emotions have a 2x multiplier. They are critically effective. And this is because they are trying to help us survive. They're trying to help us respond to threats. And that's why we are overly sensitive to the negative. Which is one of the reasons why if you find yourself dwelling on negative thoughts, you got to give yourself 2 positive thoughts to balance it out. And if you want to know where that 2x number comes from, it comes from a study that they did where they found out that if somebody gets $100, it creates a certain amount of joy within them. If they find out that they owe $50, it creates a certain amount of stress within them. the level of emotional response is the same if you were to gain $100 versus lose $50. So the negative is twice as effective as the positive. And that's just a simplified way to look at it. Like, of course, there is no, like, mathematical proof of, like, just how different they are. But the point that I'm trying to make is negative experiences, negative emotions, your brain is more susceptible to them because your brain is trying to use this information to help it survive. And so, as a result, negative emotions such as stress and anger are also more contagious than positive ones. If you see somebody who's angry, you are more likely to get angry than if you see somebody that is happy and you get happy. So what do you do with this information? Actively practice getting happy for other people who are happy. That's what you should do. The intensity of the emotion also plays a factor in this. More intense emotions are often more infectious, especially in a group. Think about a protest and those feelings of anger and frustration. They are exacerbated. They are enhanced because you are around all these other people who are also experiencing this emotion, and you are feeding off of that emotion, and it drives up your emotions. Or think about the excitement at a concert or a sporting event. Everybody's cheering, everybody's clapping, everybody's yelling. You can feel the energy. So this also plays a role. Another factor to consider is the closeness of your relationship with the person that you are experiencing this emotion with. People who are close a lot of the time, such as family, close friends, co-workers, the emotional contagion is going to be even stronger. It's going to make you much angrier if you see your parent angry, or your partner angry, or your friend angry, than if you just see some random person on the street angry. Likewise, if your friend is happy or your loved ones are happy, you are even happier than if it's just some random person. You're like, oh yeah, good for them, you know? Let's talk about emotional contagion as it applies to different settings. Gotta start off with work. Gotta talk about those workplace dynamics. The mood of your leader or of the team that you're in, it influences the overall morale of that group. It influences the productivity, the mental well-being. If you have an optimistic manager that can boost a team, a stressed one creates tension and it inhibits their productivity. If anybody wants to print off this slide and show it to their boss, you know, go for it. Like slip it under their door. The work one makes sense. That one's easy to understand. Now let's talk about how it also applies to your family and your friend groups. Family members' moods, especially during events like holidays, reunions, those types of things. This really sets the emotional tone for everyone present. This topic is just reminding me I don't have a single unique experience, which I love. It makes you feel less lonely, doesn't it? Makes you feel a little bit less lonely, don't it? Makes me feel like, dang, I'm glad I'm not on this ball of dirt spinning around the earth all by my lonesome, and I got things I could share with people. That's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. This also plays out in social media and society at large. The thing about emotions is that they can also go viral online, which can lead to impacting collective mood and public opinion. If you need to see this firsthand, just go spend 5 minutes in a Twitter comment section. You will see more of this than you need to in your entire life. Repeated exposure to negative news also fuels anxiety and stress. So this is also something that we do to ourselves by continuously reminding ourselves of stressful news. And what do we know about the news? The news loves negativity. Negative headlines, traumatic events, these generate much more interest than positive stories. This is why we take a break from the news for our mental well-being. We also get more engagement, absolutely. And this is actually by design because they recognize that comment sections that are more divisive, where there are people in there arguing, there is much more engagement. And that's good for ad revenue. And so you will actually see this type of divisive content promoted within social media algorithms. More likes, more comments, more subscribes, more shares, more ad dollars. Cha-ching. And now Mark Zuckerberg's got another super yacht by profiting off of all of our fighting with each other. Isn't that fun? Anyway, let's take a moment and talk about something. Who is the most susceptible to emotional contagion? Because not everybody is the same level of susceptibility to feeling other people's emotions. And first off, we gotta start off with our highly empathetic individuals. People who are naturally more empathetic are much more likely to be affected by other people's emotions. If you're able to just really see where somebody is coming from, really understand their experience, their perspective, it makes it easier for you to feel for them as well. People who are just very socially attuned as well. A lot of people, they pride themselves on their ability to pay close attention to things such as social cues, facial expressions, body language. These people may also be more likely to start feeling other people's feelings. Also, certain personality traits such as agreeableness or sensitivity may also make someone more prone to emotional contagion. For some people, it might be a protective mechanism. Like they know not to disagree because disagreement means mistreatment. And so they are agreeable by nature or by experience. We won't linger on this one. This one's pretty straightforward. Let's talk about emotional contagion and mental health. First off, let's talk about the positive effects, because there are positive effects of being able to share in the emotions of another person. It's not all negative, believe it or not. This is something that can actually help to foster community and build emotional support networks, especially when positivity is shared. And then, you do that online, and then people come in here and call you a so-called Twitch guru or something. Like that guy came in and called me a guru, and then he also wanted to use slurs. Weird energy. So this is why we try to bring positive vibes, is because there are people out there who need positive vibes, and we are here to provide. Trauma dumping on people is weird though. Why do people trauma dump? I'm not going to say that it's people that are weird. I'm going to say that it's the society that we live in that make people feel like they have no choice but to trauma dump because they're made to feel like they can't express themselves or talk about how they feel until it just gets to the point where it all just comes out. So let's not blame the people for being weird for trauma dumping. Let's take a look at the circumstances of the situation. Why do people feel like trauma dumping is the only thing that they can do to process all of these emotions that they're trying to handle? The negative effects of emotional contagion. There are drawbacks. Heightened stress, burnout. Absorbing other people's negative emotions can leave you in a negative mood. Spending time around negative people all day wears on you. This is factually true. I don't need to prove this to you. You've experienced it firsthand, I guarantee it. This can also lead to empathy fatigue or compassion fatigue. This also applies to caregiving roles. You know, sometimes caregivers feel burnt out. Someone trauma dumped on me early in the relationship to gain my trust and test my boundaries. Some people will do that. They feel like I have to spill every detail about me to see if this person still accepts me and they won't leave me. It's like confessing all of your sins and looking for atonement. When people trauma dump on me, it makes me tired. Well, I would look at it this way. You are a person that they feel safe and comfortable enough to do that, so even though it wears you out, and I understand that because having to deal with somebody trauma dumping is exhausting. But I would just say that it gives some insight into who you are as a person if people feel comfortable doing that with you. You know, they probably wouldn't just do that to anybody. When all else fails, just smile and nod. Just be like, I mean, maybe not smile, but you know what I mean. Just let them get it all out. Like, you don't have to retain it all. You don't have to memorize every word they're telling you. Just be there for them and let them get it out. Just let them vent. Like, have you ever had to take care of a drunk friend and they're just like retching? It's kind of like that. Just be like, it's okay. Just get it all out. I'll hold your hair back. You'll feel so much better once it's over. Just get it all out. Yeah, it's not because they're looking for you to fix their problems. They're just looking to share them with someone because they've been holding on to them themselves for so long, and they're like, this is eating me alive. I need to get this out. That's why I don't drink anymore. Right? Taking care of drunk people. The worst part about getting drunk with your friends is taking care of drunk people. Drunk people are exhausting. That's why I stopped drinking. Like, I'm done with this. The long-term effects of emotional contagion. Prolonged exposure to negativity and stress can affect your baseline mood and your mental resilience. Spending every day in a negative environment wears on you. Just think about what it does to your baseline mood. When you come to expect negativity consistently every day, how does that affect you when you're in a positive situation? You're going to go into a positive situation and you're going to hyperfixate on the negatives within that situation. It's going to make you have less fun. It's going to make you feel, like more drained and more exhausted. Alright, let's talk about how we manage emotional contagion. First up, we gotta have awareness and we gotta set boundaries. Self-awareness is key. Because self-awareness is what's gonna help you notice when other people's emotions are influencing your own. And when I talk about boundaries, what I mean is making that distinction. My emotions are my emotions, and your emotions don't need to become my emotions. Just because there is someone who is angry on the internet does not mean that you need to become angry as well. It's important to set emotional boundaries. This is what's going to help you to stay grounded, stay positive. It's what's going to help you to not feel burnt out. That's what's going to allow you to be more empathetic and compassionate as well. So when you see other people that are angry or stressed, just acknowledge that. This person is angry, this person is stressed. It does not need to become my stress. How to communicate boundaries right away instead of letting them get crossed 1 or 2 or 10 times too many. The phrase that I would apply to that is set boundaries early and often. And setting boundaries can be done in many different ways. Setting boundaries can look like, I'm not comfortable with you doing that. There are simple ways to, you set the expectation for what the boundary is, and that can normally be done in a very polite, it doesn't have to be a very serious way even. You don't have to be like, all right, we need to sit down. We need to talk about boundaries. Not necessarily. You could just let them know like, hey, I don't feel comfortable talking about that. Can we talk about something else? I don't feel comfortable doing that. Can we do something different? That's boundaries. But whenever they continue to push, that's when you have to get more stern and direct with them and let them know, like, no, I'm not doing that. And if they still continue to try to crack your boundary, even though you've given them those 2 warnings, like, all right, I'm going to give you some space. I'm going to enforce my boundary by leaving you alone. They get nervous to upset someone by asserting them, then that's someone that you need to assert them with. Because right now the boundaries aren't there. You are afraid to show your true emotions because you are concerned with how they are going to respond. And that's a sign of a bad boundary. Sometimes you just have to enforce your own boundaries by leaving the situation. Question. So my girlfriend and I broke up after Trump's attempted assassination. She was upset that the shooter missed, so we broke up. And she said we can get back together if I go to counseling, but then Trump won. Do I still need to go to counseling? Are you trying to get back together with her? If you're trying to get back together with her, and she said that you need to go to counseling to get back together, just consider why that might be. Just consider why that might be. What are some of the things that she's hoping that you can work on in counseling? Because I feel like anybody could benefit from counseling. Counseling is just learning how to be a better person, and I feel like we could all use that. And to say that I couldn't use that is to it just comes off as a little bit too full of ourselves. Like it's saying, I'm perfect, I have no room for growth, I have no room for improvement. Counseling isn't a bad thing. It's not just for crazy people. It's a misconception. I'm not, but she said she would, but I have to go to counseling. What do you think you could benefit from counseling? Like, what sort of things do you think you could learn about yourself if you were to do counseling? Just something to think about. Emotional regulation techniques. These are another ways to manage emotional contagion. This is grounding exercises. This is putting yourself in your senses. Taking yourself out of your thinking and putting yourself into your body. We could also practice our mindfulness, our breathing exercises, and we can also learn when a situation is just becoming unnavigatable and stepping away from the situation. I'm looking forward to counseling. She thinks I need counseling because I overreacted to her situation. What I'm hearing is that she cares about you and she's willing to get back together with you. But she wants you to work on some stuff, and I think that's fair. Like, regardless of whether or not you get back with her, like, counseling could still be good for you. Like, I would just look at it as, like, you got something to gain. You can learn more about yourself. You can feel more self-actualized. It's not a bad thing. I'll give it a go. Thank you. No problem. Let me know how it goes. All right, another way to manage emotional contagion: surround yourself with positive influences. Intentionally spend time with positive people. People who uplift you. Choose to spend time with them. This will help to encourage a more stable emotional state. Find those people in your life, reach out to them, hang out with them, spend time with them, talk to them. Hello, I've been lurking in your stream for a few days. I just wanted to say you have a really nice vibe and it gives me comfort, you and chat. Well, thank you. Welcome in. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. Welcome. You're new here, so you probably haven't heard me say this, but I've said it several times and chat can back me up on this. One of my favorite things about doing a stream is converting lurkers into chatters. Just so you know, this number 3 is what we do here. Just so you know, in case you in case you hadn't picked up on that, this is what we really work to do here. We try to create a place that's uplifting for people. Another important way to manage your emotional contagion is to enforce digital boundaries. Limit the exposure that you have to emotionally charged social media content, especially if it's causing you stress, frustration. This will help your overall mental wellness. You know, delete Twitter. I'm more into Blue Sky these days. I follow a bunch of like mental health researchers and like PhDs and like, cause all of the academics are on Blue Sky now. They're not on Twitter anymore. So that's where I went. Tom like a Tom, calm like a Tom with the gifted sub. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I need to update my bio or like my social media links because I don't use my Twitter anymore because Twitter just sucks. You go on Twitter and it's just like, it's advertisements for like Truth Social and like the Dan Bongino podcast. I'm just like, ugh, oh no. It's terrible. It's terrible. Not before somebody comes in and they're like, what's your problem with Dan Bongino? I'm like a Tom, thank you for gifting those 2 subs. Thank you. All right, everybody, it's time for some self-reflection. Are you ready? Are your brains warmed up? Are you ready? I'm like a Tom with 10 gifted subs. Can't be stopped. They can't be stopped. They can't be stopped. Thank you so much for those 10 gifted subs. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much for the support. K Zellwood with the Prime sub, and just like that, we're on a hype train. Just like that, we're on a hype train. I guess we're taking a little bit of a hype break. We're gonna take a little bit of a hype break before we get back to the next part of the presentation. Time for a little hype break. A little bit of a hype break. I don't get the hate for Twitter. Is it not more about who you follow? The thing about my Twitter is that I don't follow many people at all, but the stuff that it recommends to me is just terrible. Like, I think the only people I follow on Twitter are like my friends and like accounts that post videos of cats. And I still get just like some of the worst stuff popping up in my algorithm. So I don't know. I went and I started my Blue Sky account, and I was just scrolling through the feed, and it's just like, oh, it's all art. It's all pictures of cats. It's a bunch of academics. The vibes were just much better. I heard not long ago Elon Musk was asking why his engagement was down, and a dev said it was a bug, and the dev got fired. It wasn't a bug. Tanu Tuva with 5 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the support of this stream during the hype train. When a stream is on a hype train, it boosts it within the Twitch algorithm and it makes more people likely to say, what is going on in here? And then they click on it and then they're like, oh, okay. That's what's going on in here. Why is Sunglasses Man sitting in space talking about slideshow? You know, that kind of stuff. I want you to do an exercise. I want you to either, first off, I either want you to join the hype by dancing or emoting or doing something fun. Or I want you to engage with this little question here I have for you. Well, I'm gonna play some hype music. Let's get hype. Here we go. Fanciest Nancy with a gift sub to Mrs. McGillicuddy. Let me see your moves. Let's see your moves. I want you to think about something. I've got a question for you. Have you ever left a social event feeling completely different than when you arrived? A completely different emotion, a completely different mood. Has this ever happened to you? Over the recent weekend? Excellent. Excellent. I would hope so. Oh yeah, absolutely. See, this is something that's supposed to happen. This is something that's meant to happen. Every time the local hockey team wins? Hell yeah. You get that mood boost. You get that mood boost. Like, a sporting event is a great example. Because you might be there with friends, but you might just be there with people. Like, you might not know these people, but you're all there to celebrate the same thing. And that amps you up. It gets you going. The reason why we're talking about this is because I want you to recognize that positive social engagement impacts your mood in a tangible, beneficial way. This one goes out to my isolators. This one goes out to my agoraphobes. This one goes out to the socially anxious. I also get upset when they lose, like depressed, not leave my room until the next win. Is that the way you want it to be? Got a little bit left on the hype train. What is this? What is this song? This song sucks. There we go. By the way, what are tweets called on Blue Sky? Skeets. Only positive vibe with a gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Oh, I got a hype chest. What'd we get? What'd we get? Nice. gently shift gears here. We're gonna very, very delicately shift our gears here. Let's go ahead and get back into the chill. Okay. We're chilling again. I'd rather enjoy every game the same. Live hockey has its ups and downs. Do you think that your emotions, as you tie them into sports, so like hockey is the example you're given, do you feel like this is a place where you can take out some of your other feelings in life? Maybe some of your, like, you know, like work stress or other types of, you know, things that might be affecting you. You're able to channel it into the hockey team. Another question for you, chat. Are there people in your life whose emotions you easily pick up on? For better or worse? Are there people out there who you find it especially easy or easier to pick up on their emotions? Thanks, Mom, for the hyper awareness. All right. Just wait. Just wait until you're able to attune your hyper awareness into your joyful areas of your mind. Hyper awareness can be a gift. Just imagine being hyper awareness of the positive emotions. Imagine being hyper aware of love. Imagine being hyper aware of joy. Hyper aware of gratitude. Turn it into a skill. Turn a perceived weakness into a strength. All right, I want you to try something. I want you to try something. I'm gonna put on the meditation music for it. I'm gonna put on the meditation music for this one. I want you to practice this. All right? I want you to just pay attention to your current emotional state. Try to block out everyone else's emotions. And just observe your emotional state right now as it exists. Imagine your emotional state like a living cell. And you know what living cells have? They have a membrane. Much like a living cell, your emotions also have a membrane. They can choose what to let in, they can choose what to keep out. Try to feel whatever it is you're feeling right now. Don't let anything else in at the moment. LA is garbage. You should hate yourself for living there. Well, hello to you too. Coming on a little strong. Coming in a little hot. You doing okay? You're kind of shooting from the hip. The Aggro Queen raid. Hey, Raiders, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I don't subscribe to the belief that people should hate themselves. Like, at all, basically. But especially not because of where they live. A lot of what goes into where people live is entirely outside of their control. They were born there. They had to go there for work. It might be all that they've ever known. So I think it's kind of unfair to tell people that they should hate themselves for that. It's not like they picked it. Besides, just telling other people why they should hate themselves just kind of feels like we're projecting our own self-hatred onto other people. Like, I hate myself, so I need other people to hate themselves too, for factors that are entirely outside of their control. Makes me feel better about how I feel about myself. Anyway, to conclude our presentation today, emotional contagion. It's a powerful force. It's one that can help us to build connections, or it can leave us feeling emotionally strained. Something to just be mindful of going forward. Because if you can monitor the influence that it has on you, it can help you to maintain your emotional health and to build your resilience. So, to wrap up, I encourage each of you to become aware of your own influence on others and to recognize when they're picking up emotions from those around them. Like, if you come into a room and you come in hot, you come in angry, and then other people start getting angry, and then you're just like, why is everybody else angry? It's like, consider how you may have helped that to happen. Likewise, if you come into a room and you're smiling and laughing and having fun, and other people start smiling and laughing and having fun too, embrace it. Remora, thank you for the 2 months. Has it only been 2 months? It feels like longer. Anyway, that's the presentation. Any questions? That's the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're too kind. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another from the top. All right, one more time. Let's run it back. Do we feel like we learned something today? That's my goal. I want to entertain, but also educate. I try to walk that fine line. It doesn't feel like 2 months to me either, LOL. Did we know each other in a past life? I don't know, it could happen. My next level up is being able to pick up positive emotional contagion and not so much negative ones, since for me, they come predominantly from the same source. Ah, that's a good way to practice it. That's a good way to look at it. Try to embrace those positives and try to enforce boundaries to keep out the negatives. if you understand biology and you understand like human cells, the idea of a cell membrane is a really good analogy for emotional boundaries. Like, you remember biology? You remember learning about the cell membrane? It can choose what to let in and it can choose what to keep out. That membrane, like the ones around a cell, it's like you and boundaries around your emotions. So what are you gonna let in? What are you gonna let into your cell? Are you gonna let in poison? Are you gonna let in things that could kill you? Or are you gonna keep those things out? You're gonna keep out the things that harm you. I like that you identify it as your next level up as well. I like that you view it as your next level up. You know, we like the gamer analogies. This is Twitch, so we try to weave in some gamer analogies when possible. Also, if you want to spend your skill points, you have to meditate. That's how you do it. You want to spend the skill points that you've been earning, all those skill points you've earned up, you gotta meditate. This is just like The Witcher. It's The Witcher rules. I don't make the rules. So I'm just saying that's just the rules. I didn't make them. But yeah, if you want to spend your skill points, you can only do it during meditation. That's the rules. Zimbardo is my op. Honestly, not a bad pick. If there was an evil villain of psychology, it would be Philip Zimbardo. Philip Zimbardo. And let me just show you this picture of him because he looks like an evil villain. I think it's the goatee. If you haven't heard of Philip Zimbardo, he is the guy who developed the Stanford prison experiment. So not only, like, if you know about the Stanford prison experiment, not only was it like very unethical and very like controversial, but he also included himself in the experiment, which is also a no-no. Like, you can't put yourself in your own experiments. That's against the rules. Also, he didn't want to stop the Stanford prison experiment until the girl he was dating, who was also like a graduate assistant or something, so like, okay, another conflict of interest, convinced him to stop the experiment. Not the Z Superman shirt, right? It's like, ironically, he's wearing the Bizarro Superman shirt. Like, he's making his own shirt where it's a Z instead of an S. But that's the Bizarro Superman symbol. So yeah, historically, there were some not so good people in the psychology field, and I would say that Philip Zimbardo was definitely on the list of questionable characters. I think he just knows what he's doing. So yeah, the thing about psychology is that a lot of unethical people go into the field. because they want to learn how people tick. They want to learn how to control people and manipulate people. It's true. Thankfully, it's a minority, but it still happens. Most people go into the field because they want to help and they want to do good. You know, it's just like any profession. Like, some people go into becoming a firefighter and they end up becoming an arsonist. They like to start fires. Some people become a nurse or a doctor and then they secretly murder people. You know, people go into all sorts of lines of work for the wrong reasons, and psychology is no different. So anyway, we're going to be here for a little while longer. We've got the question box up. If you have a question, check out that question box link. It should be pinned up there in the chat. If not, you can type !Q to pull up the question box link. And we're going to take questions for a little while longer. Hang out for a little bit more. Coach hockey because I had one coach who made everyone quit. So you had a bad coach and you're like, well, you're motivated to be a good coach. It might not surprise you to hear that that's what motivates a lot of people to become a better person, is they run into a not so good person. Sometimes it's a boss, sometimes it's a coach, sometimes it's a teacher. You know, sometimes people have a really bad math teacher and they're like, I want to go teach math now because that teacher sucked. Or they have a bad parent and they're like, I want to be a much better parent because my parents weren't that good. I love being a great coach. And that's why I think that you would really enjoy counseling, because counseling is like becoming a better coach for yourself. You know what I mean? I feel like we all struggle with following our own advice sometimes. Can that happen in reverse? Someone becomes a bad person because they met too many good people? It can, actually. A person can become entitled and demanding. A person can become, you know, controlling and manipulative because they had never had anybody who enforced boundaries with them, never had anybody who told them that they were doing something wrong. You know, if you're just surrounded with enablers, they're going to end up enabling your bad behaviors. Hey y'all, I have a bit better news. We're adding admin onto my emails to that provider that is giving me problems, and they're going to see if that makes her respond, because then they will ask who told her not to work with me. Hell yeah. I feel like the counseling suggestion is more of an ultimatum. I mean, the way that I would look at it is be like, you know what? It's not a bad idea. It's not going to hurt. I can learn some stuff. I can, you know, embrace a more knowledgeable part of myself. You know, I can learn something about me and the direction I'm taking in life, my relationships with other people. So, I mean, the reason why you should do it is because it's for you. Not for anybody else. Like, I want to do it because it's gonna be helpful to me. And that's okay. Tips on dealing with burnout. Burnout is stressful. Burnout can, like, alright, so when we're dealing with burnout, Sometimes we need a break. Sometimes we need a change of environment. Sometimes we need a new situation altogether. Sometimes we need to practice our coping strategies so that we can bounce back after being burnt out. Sometimes we need to surround ourselves with people that re-energize us. So sometimes burnt out is just a way of your mind and body saying, you know what, I'm done doing this. Like I'm over it. I'm ready for a new opportunity. I'm ready for a new way to occupy my time. And you know what? That's okay. Because we weren't designed to do the same thing forever. It's just simply untrue. Like, I don't know why the idea has existed for so long, but it is just kind of concerning to me that there's just this idea that a person should go do a job and then do that same exact job every single day for the rest of their life. That just sounds like it would crush your soul. You know what I mean? Like, even if you like your job, like, still, it's nice to have a change of pace and to try new things. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Hexavir, how's it going? Crushed soul confirmed. Alright, well, here. I'm gonna give you a little bit of soul gas. I have to hold it tight, I don't want it to escape. Alright, I'm gonna just... Here you go. I'm gonna help inflate you a little. I like my job, but wish I didn't have to answer emails 24/7. Let me tell you, if I had a job that was just answering emails all day, every day, you better believe that I'm teaching an AI how to help me do my job. But like, all right, I'm going to copy paste the email that was sent to me into the AI, and then they're going to respond to the email, and then I can just copy paste that, and I don't have to type it all out. That'd be me. I'm just being honest. If you're worried about it sounding too much like an AI wrote it, just give the AI examples of you writing emails, and then you can teach the AI to write like you. I have ChatGPT write all my emails. Based. I actually like typing out long emails. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying it's not for everybody. You're looking mighty spiffy. Well, thank you. Yeah, people need to recognize that AI is here to stay. And the future of work is going to be people who know how to work alongside AI because it enhances their productivity. It's just like the Industrial Revolution. It's like if you are making things by hand, like you're gonna get replaced by people who are using automation to help them make things faster than you can. That's just the nature of human industry. So if it enhances your productivity, if it allows you to spend more time thinking about other stuff, I say it's a win. So the game plan for that would be talk to ChatGPT and say, hey, ChatGPT, I want to teach you how to respond to my work emails. I want to give you some samples of my writing so that you can emulate my style. And then ChatGPT will say, okay, go ahead and submit the writing and I will commit it to memory. And then you don't need that much. You don't need send it 5 copies of 5 different emails. It doesn't need a lot of data to emulate your style. and then try it out and see how it works. It'll work better than you think it will, like, probably. Like, I never even thought of doing that. Well, you're welcome. I'm gonna put in Demon Attorney's emails and watch ChatGPT spit out the most condescending email you've ever seen. ChatGPT is also really good at writing out responses to that sort of thing. Just be like, how should I respond to this person in a professional way? But also be slightly shady. And it'll be like, okay, it'll print it out for you. It's awesome. The amount of emails I send to opposing counsel that just says LOL would teach ChatGPT that I'm a jerk. No, it would just let him know that you're hilarious. I'm gonna let AI write all my job apps from now on. You know, AI is also really good at doing resumes. The thing about AI is that it is really good at doing the mundane aspect of like writing things. It has a hard time being creative. Like, it's okay at it. Like, it's alright. It has a hard time coming up with, like, new and innovative ideas. It's okay. It's not great. I would say that people are still better at that. But as far as people use AI for college essays too, I'm just glad that I graduated before AI language models were a thing. Because I would have been tempted. Don't get me wrong. But the thing about it is, you shouldn't use an AI to write your essay, because that's disingenuous. And it's not a reflection that you actually know the material. But what I would say is okay is saying, hey, ChatGPT, I need to write a paper on this topic. Help me come up with an outline. And then have it proofread for you. Like, have it read through and say, like, oh, you've got spelling errors here. Or, you know, have it amend your grammar. Like, those are all completely valid uses for AI, but it's not using it to actually write the material for you. I had a friend in college who would write papers for money. If I was completely honest with you, I may have done that before. I'm not gonna say I did. I'm just gonna say allegedly, hypothetically. You can't prove it. It may or may not have happened. One more sub to 300. Oh, can we do it? Can we manifest it? Let's get 300. I'm gonna bust out some of the Welch's gummies that Amitaba. They sent it to me. You can't read it. It's too blurry. Amitaba. Remora with the gifted sub. We did it. Manifesting works. It's true. We're living proof. Manifestation works. I'm so tempted to sub, but I'm incredibly poor, so that would be a bad idea. Well, hold on, wait. Hold on, wait, maybe, Oh man. The Welch's fruit snacks, like night and day. Night and day. Night and day after those Shack gummies. I'm like, oh yeah, these are good. Only positive vibe. W. W indeed. You know, if you want a habit, you have to. If you want it to happen, you have to speak it into existence. Like by this time next year, we will have so many viewers. I might have to switch up how the question box works. I might just get too many submissions, too many questions. Might not be able to take them all. We might have to think things differently. But we've been growing. We've been growing. Look at our growth. We've been growing. So thank you for getting in on the ground floor. We're going up. I'm already your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. And I know this because I know all of them. I've met them all. And they love me. Oh yeah, we're gonna be partnered in no time. I'm gonna apply again, probably around Thanksgiving. I applied, and even though I met all of the conditions to be approved for partner, they were like, actually, there's a hidden condition that we didn't include. You actually have to do it for 2 months instead of just 1 month. I was like, okay, fine. I'll wait a month. We'll do it again. Am I do a partner celebration? When we hit partner, we will do a partner marathon. Maybe I'll do a full, like, I don't know. We'll think about something. We're gonna need to come up with ideas for the partner celebration, but we will have a party. Money for all VIPs. Jackbox party. Yeah, maybe we could play some games. We could do community games. We'll have a community day. We'll play marbles. We'll play a Jackbox. We'll play Gartic Phone. We'll have fun. Community day. Fortnite? I've never played Fortnite. Man, I've never played Fortnite. I have not played it one time. Golf with Friends. Golf with Friends is fun. I have that one. I've played that one as well. Dress to Impress. Never played that one, but let me just say that my fashion skills would have you gagged. Every day is Farm Merge Valley. yeah, we've been playing Farm Merge Valley in the Discord. That's our community building. We go and we click on cows. I wake up thinking about that game. Yeah, we accidentally got Sue's Please addicted to Farm Merge Valley, and I'm... Community Baldur's Gate 3 gameplay night with mods to allow unlimited players to join. Let me just say that my least favorite thing about playing Dungeons and Dragons is in real life is just how long people will take on their combat actions. I love D&D, but the combat is one of, like... It's like, I know what my move is gonna be within like 5 seconds. But sometimes in D&D, it'll be a person's turn and they'll be like, now tell me again, what is going on over here? Okay. And I'm facing this way? Like, I think I'm gonna cast this spell. Hold on, let me see if okay, yeah, I do. I'm like, oh my god. Like, oh my god. And I'm playing a barbarian or something, and I'm just like, I attack. I attack again. I hit them with my axe. Alright, and I will use my bonus action to hit them with my axe again. I'm like, you should be planning your next move during everybody else's turn. Don't wait until it's your turn to figure out what you want to do that turn. My favorite part of D&D is the RP. You know, but whenever it's just like, all right, roll for initiative, I'm just like, okay, here we go. It's gonna take 2 hours to fight these goblins. My brother hated me when we did Call of Cthulhu because I was cracking jokes and he wanted us all to be super serious. Some people handle fear situations with humor. That's not unrealistic. Even in an eldritch horror. Even in an eldritch horror, you can have a little bit of fun, have a little bit of humor, spice things up a little bit. I think he's just jealous because you're funny and he's not funny. He doesn't sound funny. He wishes he was funny. He resents that you're funny. I laugh when I'm nervous and my GM got pissed. If your GM is getting pissed at you, they're not a great GM. I've just heard of some dramatic situations in D&D or other tabletop groups. I want to go over people's stories. I'm sure there's like a Reddit thread or something when they talk about nightmare DMs. That'd be fun to go over. Not the D&D drama. You'd be surprised. People take this stuff very seriously. They treat it like it's Magic the Gathering or something. And I mean, we all understand that it's just displacement, right? It's just displacement. I'm just taking frustration and anger from some other area of my life and channeling it into the game. We all get it. But it's like, okay, get over it. We're not playing this game to get angry. We're playing this game to have fun and to not think about the stuff that makes us angry. So if we're playing the game and we're getting angry, we're not doing it right. I don't know about you, but I play games to have fun. I play games to unwind. Some people play games to channel and as an outlet, you know, for their anger and their frustration. And that's fine, but try not to make it so that friendly social games are the game that you take your anger out in. You know, go play Call of Duty. Go play, go play FIFA. My friends stopped talking over Warhammer drama. But to be fair, one of them was caught with loaded dice, so... Oh. That's actually juicy. That's some juicy drama. Go play League of Legends. If you have any friends or people that you care about in your life that are spamming ranked solo queue in League of Legends in the year 2024, please check in on them. They are not okay. Like, they're struggling right now. It was Matthew on Matthew drama. Oh no, the worst type of drama. Two rules lawyers go head to head. I wanted to be an old man sex worker and got shut down. That sounds hilarious. Don't be a DM if you're just expecting all of your players to behave in exactly the way that you want them to behave. Like, don't be a DM if that's what you're expecting, them to do exactly what you think that they're gonna do. Being a good DM is about saying, all right, I can work with that. I'm in 2 campaigns, one with straight edge rule analyzers and the other is a bunch of stoners who rolled to see who pooped their pants while stealing an item from the other person. Best of both worlds. Balance in all things. Balance in all things. Hey, first time chatter. Hey, first time chatter, welcome in. Love the stream. Thank you. Thank you. D&D was really helpful to me. I made a character that was much like myself. When bad stuff happened to her, the main villain killed her dad, I felt bad for her in a way that I hadn't been doing for myself. It taught me to be more kind to myself, and that was awesome. You know, that's a really cool point that you bring up. I feel like role-playing exercises, you know, they're a great way to emotionally process things. Roleplay is actually something that is used in therapy as well. You know, not like literal, not like, you know, tabletop roleplay, but like, let's pretend that you are this person and I am this person and let's have a conversation. You know, just to like encourage empathy and new perspectives and that sort of thing. And this also just really enforces how your imagination has tremendous potential to help you in your healing. So don't quit using it. Keep that thing active. Keep that tool sharp. Keep using that imagination. It's actually going to play a tremendous role in your healing. I feel like the reason why a lot of people turn down their imagination is because as we grow older, a lot of our imaginative energy gets converted into anxiety. We are just imagining what could go wrong, what could happen to us, in what ways could we hurt ourselves, or in what ways could other people hurt us. So we want to try to redirect some of that energy into some more positive outlets. Creative expression. Casual roleplay. Visualization. Visualization is also an effective use of your imagination. You know, looking into the future and trying to find your path forward. friend and I got the Vampire Masquerade and then realized it was very sexual and was like, never mind. Oh yeah, I've heard that Vampire Masquerade is like... Those vampire folk can be kinda kinky. You know, whenever I worked at the haunted house, there were like several haunted houses. I worked at a haunted house that was at a theme park, and so there were like many different haunted houses there, and they all had a different theme. And there was a vampire house, and all of the people that worked in Vampire House, they were like very interesting people. Like, you could tell they were really into it. They were really into like that vampire, like acting that part. Like, I was just a zombie. I was the principal of zombie high school. So, I mean, acting a zombie's fun, though. I thought it was, you know... The dude at the game store told me to get that one because they didn't have Cthulhu, and I was like, oh, he gave you the erotic tabletop roleplay. Oh my goodness. You can make it not that. No rule says you have to include that. DMs rewrite lore all the time. Oh yeah, one of the most important things as a DM. Obey the rule of cool. Sometimes it doesn't have to be a part of the game. Sometimes it doesn't have to work that way, technically. But if it's really fucking cool, sometimes you can let it slide. What's the difference between a GM and the DM? I think it's the same. I think people just use it interchangeably. Like, GM stands for Game Master, but DM stands for Dungeon Master. And so it's like, the term DM stems from Dungeons and Dragons, but not every role-playing game has dungeons in it. So I guess they call them GMs. Life sucks and keeps dragging me down. It's so hard to survive. I'm in a horrible depression. How can I be positive when my life is bad? Alright, I just want to say something. It's not about demanding yourself to be positive right now. Like looking at this from an objective, materialistic standpoint, you are depressed. So forcing yourself to try to feel an emotion that you are just not in the place to properly embrace just is not going to be helpful. But we still need to focus on that path forward. I've tried the visualization and it helps for like 2 minutes and then I'm back to reality. I don't see this as a failure of visualization. I see this as, take those 2 minutes as a moment of, hey, that's 2 less minutes of depression. And that's a net win. You're stepping in the right direction. Because sometimes in the beginning, when we're really depressed and we're really just fighting for our fucking life, you gotta take every millimeter that you can. Every last inch. You fight for it. My life is still the same. I don't think it's healthy to keep dreaming all the time when I'm not getting anywhere. It's hard to keep positive and my head high. I'm just becoming so desperate in all areas of my life and I don't think clearly at all. Life's just passing me by and I'm getting the shit stick. Right now you're planting seeds. You are planting seeds. I need you to continue to take care of those seeds and nurture those seeds. Change is often very slow, very gradual in the beginning. But you gotta look at it. 2 minutes is more than no minutes. So maybe we can make that 2 minutes into 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes into 3 minutes. Next thing you know, you're doing 5 minutes. And before long, 10 minutes. Slow steps in the right direction. What is something that you can do today? A small gesture that you can make towards yourself to just remind yourself that you are committed to healing, that you are in it for the long haul. You are going to fight this war to the end. Just focus on that next small step. The next step is the most important one, always. So just keep taking those small steps. What would a happier version of me be doing? If I was just a little bit happier, what would I be doing? What would it feel like to be that person? What would I be thinking? What would I be doing? Because there are different aspects that you need to take into this. New actions, new thought patterns. Sometimes we're going to be working on the physical, tangible aspects of our life. The ways in which our depression is manifested physically. What are some of the ways that depression manifests physically? It manifests physically as an untidy room, as not getting out of bed, as isolating ourselves from friends and family, not taking showers, not feeding ourselves properly, not providing ourselves good self-care. Those are all physical aspects of depression. Address all of those things that you might be dealing with one at a time. And like everything goes sideways, all the function stuff is hard to do. It's hard because it's supposed to be hard. It's meant to be hard. You're finding out what you're made of. You're finding out just how willing you are to actually keep going and how to survive. That's why you can't give up. That's why you gotta keep going. It's not over until you say it's over. If it were easy to do, you would have done it already. If getting out of depression was easy, you would have figured it out already. It would have been done. Will it be hard forever? No. No. It's like doing push-ups. It's like doing pull-ups. It's like learning how to juggle. Whenever we're starting to learn a new skill, and look at it that way, as you are learning a new skill, I am learning how to be more fair to myself. I am learning how to promote genuine happiness within me. I am learning how to take good care of myself. These are all things that you can get better at. These are all things that you can learn. So will it be hard forever? No. Nothing lasts forever. Not even misery. So just focus on that next step in the right direction. And then take that step. And then take the next one. Even if it's just a small little step. Even if it's just sitting up in bed instead of laying down. Getting one foot out of the bed at a time. Shuffling your way to the shower. Depression wants you to quit. Don't give it what it wants. When depression tells you to do something, do the opposite of that thing. That's just a good general practice. Depression is going to say, nobody wants to hear from me, everybody hates me, if I reached out and asked for help, people would just think I'm a burden, or they would hate me, or they would just tell me to fuck off. Do it anyway. Do the opposite of what depression's telling you to do. Depression wants to see you rot. Don't give it what it wants. One of my favorite things about sobriety right now is easier tolerance of boredom. It's a good observation. That's a keen observation. Now, do you want me to share with you the real hack? If you can become a skilled meditator, and this doesn't take as long as you think it will. You know, this isn't going to take you years. This is something you could do in months. You become a skilled meditator, you become immune to boredom. Because in those moments where you might otherwise be bored, you view them differently. You say, oh, time to meditate. Excellent. That's the real hack. Maybe that's how I could sell more people on the idea of meditating. It's like, do you want to inoculate yourself against boredom? Do you want to become immune to the effects of boredom? Learn how to meditate. Because that's what I find to be true. Is there some sort of evolutionary reason for meditation? Why is it so helpful? The evolutionary reason would be it helps your brain to operate on a higher wavelength. And I know that sounds woo-woo when I say it. It sounds like, upward in a higher wavelength. I'm like, okay, hippie. But it's literally true. Your brain runs on electricity, and electricity flows in waves. And there are different levels of brain waves depending on different levels of brain activity. The highest level of brain activity that we can produce, the highest energy type of brain waves that we can produce, are called gamma waves. And we know this by hooking up a bunch of diodes to people's brains. So we're cars? No, we're not cars, we're computers. The way that they measure this is something called a QEEG. It's called a qualitative electrical encephalogram. They measure the electrical activity in your brain. They put stuff on your brain to measure the electrical activity, and they see, what different moods look like in, what the electrical activity is like in different parts of your brain. And what they've noticed is that people have different levels of activity depending on their level of relaxation, their level of alertness, what they're thinking about. And the highest level type of brainwave that people make is gamma waves. For an average person, you experience gamma waves in very short bursts. These are those aha moments. You ever had that moment where you feel like I broke through? You have those moments where it feels like a light bulb came on over your head? Have you ever had a problem that you've been grappling with for months and then you finally solve it? Gamma waves. A few seconds of gamma waves. And what they've found is that in experienced meditators, you can produce more gamma waves. You can actually teach yourself how to get your brain to operate on an even higher frequency. What they've found is that, they did brain scans. They did brain scans of Tibetan monks, Olympic level meditators, the best of the best. People who practice meditation every single day. And what they've found is that they can produce gamma waves at will. and they can sustain them for basically indefinitely, like when they're in like a meditative state. The more I learn about the brain, the more I think we're living in a simulation. Okay, well, if there was a universe that became so advanced that they were able to create a new universe inside of their universe in the form of a simulated universe, that universe would then become so advanced eventually that it would create its own universe inside of it, and then this would repeat infinitely downwards so that there is only one real universe and all of the other universes were simulated. And if you had to pick, just based on odds, which universe you live in, you would more likely than not live in a simulated universe. But the fact of the matter is it doesn't matter. If it's a simulated universe or if it's an organic universe or whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're here, you're living it. That's what matters. Let's watch a little video real quick. I just want to watch parts of it because we've watched this video before, but this guy is a neurologist. And if you look at this picture here, this is how they measured it. They took these monks, these experienced, like very high level meditators. They call them Olympic level meditators. And they hook up all these things and they can measure their brain activity, and they see
My co-author of the book Altered Traits is a neuroscientist, Richard Davidson. He has a lab at the University of Wisconsin. It's a very large lab. He has dedicated scanners. He has about 100 people working there. And he was able to do some remarkable research where he flew Olympic-level meditators who live in Nepal or India, typically, or some in France. He flew them over to the lab and put them through a protocol in his brain scanners and did state-of-the-art tests, and the results were just astounding. We found, for example, or he found, that their brainwaves are really different. Perhaps the most remarkable finding in the Olympic-level meditators has to do with what's called a gamma wave. All of us get gamma for a very short period when we solve a problem we've been grappling with, even if it's something that's vexed us for months. We get about a half second of gamma. It's the strongest wave in the EEG spectrum. We get it when we bite into an apple or imagine biting into an apple. And
imagine biting into an apple. Does this work? Is this true? We get it when we bite into an apple? I'm like, don't get me wrong, like biting into an apple is sometimes just like, oh yeah, baby. Very satisfying. But you can actually get gamma by imagining biting into an apple? All right, hold on, let me think about this. Maybe. I don't know.
For a brief period, a split second, inputs from taste, sound, smell, vision, all of that come together in that imagined bite into the apple. But that lasts very, very short period in an ordinary EEG. What was stunning was that the Olympic level meditators, these are people who've done up to 62,000 lifetime hours of meditation.
62,000 hours of lifetime meditation? 62,000? That's a lot of time.
Their
That's a lot of time
brainwave
logged.
shows gamma very strong all the time as a lasting trait, just no matter what they're doing. It's not a state effect. It's not during their meditation alone, but
They
it's
literally have
just
gamma
their
waves
everyday
all the
state of
time.
mind. We actually have no idea what that means experientially. Science has never seen it before. We also find that in these Olympic level meditators, when we ask them, for example, to do a meditation on compassion, their level of gamma jumps 700 to 800% in a
Ooh. So yeah, you don't have to become an Olympic level meditator. You don't have to meditate for 62,000 hours to get benefit out of meditation. But what do we associate gamma waves with? We associate gamma waves with insight, peak experiences, synchronization, feeling in line and in tune and connected with the world we live in. Anyway, I just wanted to replay that clip. Just to try to get you to meditate is all. That's why I do it. Why does depression want me to end my life? Because depression is a nasty ass hoe and it lies to you. I mean, outside of that, because I mean, that's what depression does. Depression is literally, the thing about depression is that it literally makes you delusional. It makes you think that everybody hates me, people don't miss me, people don't want to see me, people don't want to talk to me, people don't want to see me doing well, I'm just a burden, everybody hates me, and it just loops. Depression literally makes you delusional. And it makes you just feel so much pain and so much disconnection that you just feel like you just want relief from that. You just want to end it just to get out of that cycle. So that's why. I started to see noticeable results with my depression when I started being mean to my depression. Depression would tell me one thing and I'd be like, actually, fuck you. I'm gonna do the opposite. It's like, depression doesn't want you to, your friends actually hate you. Don't talk to them. They're not going to be happy that you reached back out. They're going to be mad at you for going away for so long. It's like, shut the fuck up. One of the things that's really helpful in overcoming depression is learning when depression is doing the talking. If you can recognize when depression is doing the talking, then you can realize that, okay, this is just depression talking. It's not actually what I actually believe. It's not what I actually want. It's depression talking. So I don't need to take it seriously. I don't need to listen to it. I can let those ideas go. I can let them fade away. Oof, yeah, I'm nowhere near realizing it's depression talking. Here's the practice. I have a technique for you. This is kind of like a CBT thing. Practice asking every thought you have. Is this depression or is this genuine? Because not every single thought you have during the day will be depression, and many will be genuine. But just start asking all of your thoughts, just so that you can start to identify them. Just put all of your thoughts through that filter. And that way you'll get better at sniffing out the depression thoughts. Be like, oh, that's depression talking. See? Now I need to do the opposite of that thing. Depression says I need to lay in bed all day, that I shouldn't eat dinner, that I shouldn't call my friends. I should do all of those things. One of the really powerful gestures that you can make is starting to use depression as a tool. But what I mean by that is use it as a way to tell you what to do by doing the opposite of what it suggests to you. Like, depression wants me to rot in bed. I should not do that thing. Thank you, depression. I appreciate the suggestion. Molly, that sounds like magic. Well, the brain is a magical place where magical things can happen. If you get better at recognizing which of your thoughts are based in depression, it gets easier to, recognize them for what they are. What if you loved a bed rot? Then another technique you can use is what I like to call the pestering toddler technique. Why? Just asking it why, and then following that back to the source. Like, oh no, I loved a bed rot. Why? All because the world sucks and everybody hates me and they think I should go eat worms. Why? Well, I think that's just actually how I feel. I'm not sure if they actually do feel that way. I actually do have a lot of friends that I care about, and I'm pretty sure they care about me too. Why? Well, because, when I do engage with people, it always leaves me feeling better, and I make people laugh, and I make people smile, and I think that that's a good thing for a friend to do, and I think that makes me a good friend. Keep asking why until it gets annoyed and leaves, right? It's like, hold your depressive thoughts to as much scrutiny as you do your positive thoughts. It's like, when we're depressed, we like to hold our positive thoughts to such a high scrutiny. We're just like, no, can this be real? Is this accurate? Is this true? Should I feel this way? I don't know if I should feel this way. This is unfamiliar to me. Do the same thing to your depression that you're doing to your positive emotions. Hold it to the same level of scrutiny. The way I like to look at my brain is that everything can be a tool if I just learn how to use it appropriately. Even depressive thoughts can be a tool if you use them appropriately. Recognizing a depressive thought for what it is, and then recognizing that I should probably do the opposite of that thing. Therefore, it still helped me in some way, and I win. Boom, ba-doom. Boom, ba-doom. It's seasonal affective disorder. The seasonal depression is going to start kicking in here in the next couple months. So this is why we are going to be talking about it a lot. We're going to be talking about techniques that can help you to survive your depression. Not just survive, but win the war. Love the techniques. Thank you, they saved my life. Yeah, just because you believe something negative about yourself does not mean that it is true. And I feel like this mechanism is part of the reason why depression is able to take root and fester for as long as it does. Whenever we have a negative thought about ourselves, we just assume, oh, this must be true. The fact of the matter is you could be entirely wrong. A really important aspect of healing and getting better is recognizing that you can actually be wrong about yourself. And maybe you are wrong about yourself. But that's a good thing. I feel like a really important part of our healing is recognizing when we are wrong about ourselves. Not operating under the assumption that just because we think it, it must be a fact. Not all of your facts, or not all of your feelings are facts. You can be wrong about yourself. And everything you don't need, you can let go of. Alrighty, chat. Wait, hold on. We got another question. Let's go ahead and take this. Sometimes I take myself out of the situation and think if I would allow someone to say the same thing to a close friend that I said to myself, I then get mad and I'm able to isolate it as an irrational thought. Absolutely. A big part of healthy mental health practices is learning how to treat yourself like someone that you care about. We can just be so fucking mean to ourselves. Jesus Christ. The stories I've heard. People can just be so, and like, I'm guilty of it too. Like, I'm not trying to claim like I'm innocent here. I do it too. You know what I mean though? Like, holy shit, we can just be so fucking mean to ourselves. And this is how I cope with like people being assholes. I'm just like, oof, it must be tough living inside their head. If they're that mean to other people, imagine how fucking mean they are to themselves. This is what helps me to be more patient with unkind people. Like, damn, I'd hate to live in your head. If you had the opportunities to submit a personal traumatic experience to Fears to Fathom to be featured as an episode, would you consider doing it? Do you think sharing the story in this way could help you heal, or does the idea of someone profiting from your trauma make you hesitant? I haven't heard of this before. I haven't heard of Fears to Fathom before. Is somebody out here profiting off trauma? I mean, okay, first off, we live under a capitalistic system. Like, people gotta make money to eat. So, that being said, I mean, are you getting paid? I mean, if they're gonna make money off of you, you should see a part of that, right? Or do I think sharing the story in this way could help you heal? Possibly. But also there's a risk whenever it comes to putting out all our trauma for other people to interpret. Like, sure, a lot of people could be very supportive and very encouraging and very uplifting. That could happen. But then you might also have people who, like, aren't. And even though they might be a minority, you might focus on those voices instead, because they might be reflective of your own intrusive thoughts. So I would just say, talking about trauma, if you believe it can help you heal, it'll probably help you heal, at least a little bit. But I don't know. I feel like there are other ways to heal as well, so. I haven't heard of this before. Hold on, what is this? I need to look this up. Wait, this is video games? This is video games? They're gonna turn your trauma into a video game? A series of psychological horror anthology games developed and published by indie video game developer Rail. They're gonna turn your trauma into a video game? I thought, like, when you said this, I thought it was just like a YouTube channel. Like, they're just gonna talk about my trauma on a YouTube channel. I don't know. Could be kind of sick. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I respect your choice. I respect your decision. Whatever you want to do. If somebody asked me, like, hey, can we turn your trauma into a video game? I don't know. I might be interested, but I would understand why people wouldn't want to do it. Like, me personally, I'd be like, huh, maybe. Just be mindful of the ways that it could potentially be re-traumatizing. This is just something to be mindful of whenever it comes to processing your trauma. You always run that risk of potentially re-traumatizing yourself if you go about expressing and reliving your trauma in a unproductive or unhelpful, unsupportive environment. Would make a great horror game. How does that make you feel? I feel like I'm dissociating. In a good way? Or in a bad way? The thing about dissociating is it can actually be very nice, very pleasant. You know, we zone out. We're just vibing. You know, we're chilling. That's what I always do when I think about my trauma. It might just be your brain trying to protect yourself from feeling overloaded. Do you think that there's anything to be gleaned, anything to learn from revisiting your trauma? Are there any stones left unturned? Is there any knowledge left to be found? Or are we going to focus on moving on and healing? Just a lot of fear. If there's a lot of fear, you know, it could be indicative of like some reliving. You know, do you feel like you're still there? You still feel like you're still in that place? I feel like one of the ways that like our minds will indicate that we are moving on and healing from trauma is that we don't necessarily look back and feel afraid. We look back and we feel sad that it happened. You know, we feel sad at what, you know, could have been instead. You know, not that we need to be sad, but, you know, we can look back and recognize that it was sad that it happened. You know, let adult you be sad for little you. I feel like that's okay to do. Because it was sad that little you was mistreated. And it's okay to feel that sadness. Be the adult that you needed when you were little. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll end it with. Be the adult that you needed when you were little. Look at my inner child. Period. Period. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a great night, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. Take good care of yourselves. We'll see you next time. I'm gonna go make dinner. Alright, go say hi to the raid. Let's go say hi to the raid. Have a great night, everybody. We will see you all next time. Stay safe out there. Take good care of yourself because you deserve it. All right? Bye-bye.